Okay. Wait for the delay. Here we go. Hang on, everybody. Wait to see if we're live yet. I don't see us going live. There we go. Now we're live. Okay. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Just making sure. And we'll get going here. Hi, everyone. I'm waving. Hang on, everybody. Wait to see if we're live yet. I'm just waving at you. There we go. Now we're live. I'm waving. Okay. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Video wave. Just making sure. And we'll get going here. Hi, everyone. I'm waving. Okay. Okay. Give me a second. Let me get TikTok going and away we go tonight. Make sure everything matches up like it's supposed to before I go live. Welcome, everybody. Hope you can hear me all right out there. There we go. So we are ready to go live. And we're going live. Give me a second on TikTok. Let me get my volume up where we're supposed to be, and away we go. Okay. Let me fix my camera. Good evening, everybody. Happy Sunday. Hope you all had a great weekend. Hang on, let me make some switches here. Gotta push my buttons. Okay. All right, everybody, welcome. Me over here. Hope everybody's had a great weekend. All right, we're good. We flipped that up there. I wasn't on last night. I apologize. I was ill. I was ill Thursday and Friday. And a lot of pain. Pinched a nerve. Hi, Special. How goes it? Hi, Mata. There we go. I pinched a nerve in my neck. Don't know how. I was working on the chair because the chair was falling apart, so I worked on the chair a little bit. Maybe it's when I lean down and pick it up and flip it over. Don't know why, but I pinched a nerve, and so it was right back here on my neck, down my shoulder. Just got to where I can do this without screaming. Last night was very painful. In fact, I was almost ready to go live last night. I was this close, and then I stopped because it just hurt so much. So that's why I stopped going live last night. I decided not to go live. But tonight, tonight was last minute. I apologize. I didn't want tonight to be last minute, but I went last minute because I didn't know if I was going to be able to do this or not. I didn't know how I was going to feel. It still hurts. I can feel it pulling all the way down, like halfway down my back when I turn like this, but it is better. Hi, everybody. Welcome. There won't be any tarot readings tonight. We're taking Sunday night off. We're going to build. Currently, what we're doing is we're building the mini haunted mansion kit that Kathy got for me, my moderator. And then when this is done, the next thing in line, because Easter is coming right around the corner, I went out and I bought all the Easter candy that we needed. I was at the dollar store. Went to the dollar store. I even turned around and bought pink, yellow, green, and blue frosting. So after we're done with all this, if I still have any frosting left over, if anybody's having a baby and you need frosting for your cake, let me know because I'll have proper frosting for you guys, including the neutral colors. So welcome, everyone. It's good to see you all, and hopefully we can have a good night tonight. Like I said last night, there's no way I could have gone on and done a show. I was that far. I was in that much pain. I was up all night pretty much. I couldn't get a comfortable position with my neck or anything last night. So sorry for the last minute on this. Anyway, so Kathy got me this for my birthday, and we're halfway through it. Hopefully, we may finish it tonight. And like I said, next week we have to focus on that Easter cookie house. Hello, hi Kelly Gal. Hello everybody, welcome. Hello everyone. So we want to get the gingerbread house done in time for Easter. So I did buy everything I needed. So I'm happy about that. Okay, so here's where we're at with it. We're at the halfway mark. You guys see so much better over here. See, we got the first floor done. There is the haunted ballroom. And so we're starting to work our way around it. You guys, I have to lift this up because you're a little, it's weird how if I was to sit you down lower, it'd be all right. I can't sit you down lower. I don't have things to sit you down lower. Anyway, that's where we're at. There's the haunted dining room. If you've ever been to Disneyland and on their haunted mansion, that's the haunted dining room where all the ghosts appear dancing. Obviously, this is the front of the house. I would think this is the front of the house. This part here. Let me get the instructions out. It's amazing. It's a mini Lego, but it's 680 pieces. So tiny pieces, right? Welcome everybody. Thank you, Bev. Thank you. So as we continue with this project tonight, I am collecting 6 puppy kisses over there at TikTok. If you guys can help me out with that, that'd be great. I cannot sing your puppy song or anything like that because the other 2 networks that I'm on will not allow for that. It'll get me in trouble. So we don't want to get in trouble. It's good to see everybody here. All right, let me get the instructions out. We're into parts number 3, and we know this. But sorry for the late notice on all this. Like I said, I didn't know if I was going to be able to. Last night I couldn't bend. When I went to bend last night before the show, was why I canceled the other show. I couldn't bend forward. I couldn't bend to the side or nothing. So it was an issue. But here's a number 3 thing. There's usually 2 of these on this set. And again, once this is wrapped up, we're gonna really focus hard on a lot of number 4s in here. We're going to really focus hard. See, all we have is 3 and 4. That's why we may finish tonight. But we're really going to focus hard on that gingerbread house for Easter. And I will have extra frosting left over. Like I said, you ever wonder with Easter, when you think about Easter colors, all those pastels, it's like baby shower colors, right? That's what they are, like baby shower colors. So when I'm done with that project, I'll have enough stuff left over. I'll have enough stuff left over to where we could probably make a baby cake for somebody that's having a baby. All right, let me cut these open. Look, the AI already caught on to what I'm doing. Hope you guys can hear me okay. But I slept all day. I mean, the last 2 days, man, the pain, like last night, the pain was excruciating. Not tonight. Let's hope it stays that way. Hope the pain stays like neutral. Got one little bit right here. My boa arrived yesterday. I won't tell you what song. You guys can probably guess what song the boa goes for. Just say it has something to do with Dolly Parton. Let's just leave that there, right? Hope you all had a good weekend. I want to make it out. I'm not on Facebook all the time. I can't say it. Ooh, I said it. That's not hurt. I'm not on Book of Face all the time, nor am I on TubeTV all the time. Because my main focus is on TikTok. And then TikTok doesn't like you sharing back and forth between Poo Poop a Doo. Yeah, you got it. Look, Betty Boop. Look, I'll show you. Our newest member. Look at that. Boy, we're gonna have fun with that tomorrow night, huh? Look at that. Poo Poop be Doo. That one. So there it is. Feathers everywhere. Thank you for the heartbeat. Thank you so much. All right, guys, hit me up with some heartbeats and some populars. Like I said, I can't sing for you tonight because I'm on the other 2 networks and TikTok doesn't like that. So, and it's not so much TikTok; it's the other 2 networks. TikTok has a rights agreement with the majority of the record companies. The other 2 don't, and that's where that happens. That's why I can't sing and do my usual thing for you guys because the other 2 networks get kind of pissed off about it. So no singing, but yeah, thank you for the heartbeat. And I am collecting 6 puppy kisses. Can you help me out with that? And then next week, if everything goes well tonight, which we should be able to finish tonight. Everything goes well finishing this up tonight. Count on Saturday and Sunday working on that house. Maybe Friday afternoon even, because we're going to get in there and we're going to put the walls up and start doing that stuff and make sure we have it ready to go for Easter. We have 2 weeks to Easter, so it's plenty of time to do it. Like I said, I went shopping yesterday, got the candy we needed and all that. So, all right, here we go. Last night when I would do this, I couldn't even drink without screaming. Tell you, I came in here, I was all ready to go. Hi, Susie Q, thanks for the follow. I came in here, I was all ready to go. Everything was set up, and I was looking around. Every time I would turn my neck, like over here, So that was the end of that. All right, here we go. We're already on page, see, we're on step 3. We're at page 53. So here's where we're at. The instructions, okay? And this is going to be our end result here. We hope it looks like this. This is our end result, we hope. See it? So here we go. Let's have some fun. Let's chit chat. Enjoy. I didn't even go get my pizza. I always do a frozen pizza every Sunday. And I didn't even have the energy to do that today. So I'm living on veggie burger right now. I didn't even have the energy for that. All right, let's get this show on the road. Let's get this thing built. Love Legos. I am a Lego person. Always have been. But I was just watching Home Improvement. And I remember many moons ago. Wink, wink. Thank you for that. Thank you, Shelly. Thank you. Thank you. Squirrel. It hurts to do the squirrel. I won't do many of those times. I remember the old days. I remember the first Lego kits that came with instructions. I don't think they came with instructions up until like the late 70s. Because I was watching Home Improvement, it reminded me of the old days with Legos, because it used to be you got a box of Legos and they were all different colors. You got wheels in there, and you got windows and all this stuff, and there were no instructions, so you were left to building to on your own. And I was watching them build what he called a bait and tackle shop, and it was all different colors, because back then they didn't have the stuff like they do now, where they actually come with instructions, and they're complicated builds. I mean, I've done Ferris wheels and you name it. Thank you for the heart puff. It's hot. And I'm not saying this is not a complicated build. I've done the real extreme Lego builds. All right. So I need 2 of the 3s, those tiny things. Here's what we're working with right now, parts-wise. So let's get 2 of the tiny things. I think it's these guys right here. But I remember that years ago, and I didn't like Legos back then because I wanted to build cool things. And I think what brought that back, what started that, I'm not positive, but I think Star Wars pretty much just started that stuff, because people wanted to build the X-Wing fighters and stuff. And the funny thing was Star Wars, the original Star Wars movies, was that the idea is to make the X-Wing fighters and all that came up because nobody had any idea how they wanted to do it, or what to do with them, how to build them. Okay. I need 1 green plot. Okay. And so they threw a bunch of Lego parts on a table. Is what they did. And told their version of the Imagineers. Now, of course, it's Disney Imagineers. We know it's Disney Imagineers now. But, Lucas's imagination team at that point, special effects guys, told them to create whatever they could with the Legos. And then he would go through and take a look at them and see if that's what he was thinking when he wanted, these things built. And that's essentially what they did. And so that's how they created the Star Destroyers and everything that Star Wars has. That we all know that Star Wars has. Okay, so here we go right here. You guys can see me better over here on this network. Oh, this is a great build because you guys, I got to make sure you all can see me, so I'm going to try and get you as close together as I can. So hang on. Okay, I want to do it for both of you, so I don't want to knock over anybody either. I don't want you guys flying or anything off. Hang on. If I can get you squeezed in together. so we can make sure you're both seeing this. There we go. Okay. All right. So what we're building right now is I have no clue. We're building we're going into the attic of the Haunted Mansion. Fun fact: there is a gunshot hole. When you go through the actual Haunted Mansion. Hi, Autumn. Hi, Maggie. Hello, everybody. You go upstairs. You go to the dining room, which just showing the dining room. You're probably downstairs. Confusing as hell the way they were set up. But you see this big plate glass window, and I mean it's huge. And somebody at one point somehow snuck a gun in there and shot a hole through the plate glass window. And Disney never replaced it because it would be way too expensive to replace that plate glass. So people go in there all the time looking for that gunshot, that gun hole, that bullet hole. Well, you don't see it like under the normal Haunted Mansion lighting. You don't see it. But when Disney sets it up for Christmas and Halloween, the night before Christmas, then you can see it. You can clearly see it. And it didn't shatter. It was lucky it just went through. It's a hole. It didn't shatter like a spider web. Like sometimes you see gunshot holes in different restaurants and stuff. It did not shatter like a spider web. It just shattered enough you can tell there's a hole there. But it's only during the time, Christmas time, when they're set up for Nightmare Before Christmas. So that's just a fact. So if you ever go to Disney, look for that gunshot hole. It's not an urban legend. It is a true fact that there's a gunshot hole there in the Haunted Mansion. Always takes some idiot, some fool. There we go. Always some fool, right? And I was getting back. Cousin Eddie's trailer's finished. I wasn't feeling well this week. I was waiting because I was going to shoot the video at the end of the week, and then somehow I hurt my neck, so never got to do it. But I will be shooting it this coming week, so you guys get to see Cousin Eddie's trailer. It turned out really good, nice and dry. It turned out beautiful. Turned out beautiful for being trash, if you know what I mean. For being Cousin Eddie's trailer. For being trash, it turned out beautiful. We'll put it that way. Hi, Sagittarius. Welcome. Good to see everybody. Who's with me over here on the other side? I see somebody watching over there. Who's watching over there? I have a spy. Arts and crafts. Yes, ma'am. Every Sunday. This week we're working on the Haunted Mansion mini Lego set. Next week it will be a gingerbread cookie house for Easter. So that'll be next, yeah. Lots of arts and crafts here. It helps me wind down on Sundays from doing readings. Okay, so as we move on, we're building up our next floor on here. Here's the next build. I'll show you guys before I do it. So there's the next build. There's the parts I got to grab. See that? As we come on to the next build on here. But I hope everybody had a good weekend. Like I said, I slept mine off. Right on, Sagittarius. I slept the whole time on mine. I slept mine away. Unwell. But glad I could come in and do this with you guys today. We're all about arts and crafts here. All right, we got that. I need two little round greenies. One corner. One corner. We should finish this tonight. And the setup for this is a lot different from setting up for like gingerbread houses. Because with gingerbread houses, I have a black tablecloth with the California House logo on it. Real nice tablecloth that I use. And with the gingerbread houses, I have to set up. I'm doing better today, 60. My neck's not as bad. It still hurts, but Yesterday I could hardly turn it like even half an inch without screaming. So it was the wise choice to walk away from it. All right, let's see. Why is there a hole there? I gotta look at something. Something's weird. Hang on. Oh, you know why? I made a boo-boo. How did I do that? Wait a minute. What am I doing? Whoa, what's going on here? That can't go across there because... Hang on, guys. I'm finding an error in here. Hang on. There's some kind of error in here. Oh, I missed a step. No, I didn't. That guy's up high, right? And then we have... I did miss a step. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I make a mistake? Uh-oh. Give me a second here. What did I do wrong here? Something doesn't look right. Okay, there's the yellow piece. This is on this end right here. That's where I left off. Okay, so now that yellow is right there. Okay. Oh, so I should have, but it's not level. What the, wait a minute, wait. Something's not right here. Hang on, guys. Something's not right. Something doesn't add up. Story of my life. Yeah, because that's not going to lap. So, okay. This doesn't make sense. So something's wrong. Oh, it knows it here. Hang on. Where am I at then? It's just trying to do to me. Did I skip a step? Yes, I did. Okay, never mind. Let me fix it. I did skip a step. I got ahead of myself. That's what's wrong. Haha, that explains why it doesn't fit. Okay. It still doesn't make sense over here, though. I don't know why that's like that. Because it's asking me for... I put that there. All right, something's not right here. Hang on. Something's not right. This was supposed to be level, and it's not level. All right, let me see what's going on here. I think what happened is this green. Hang on, I put the green in the wrong spot. Hang on. There should have been extra green in here. Because that would have been 4, right? And it's showing 4, and it's showing the green right here. If that's what went wrong. That's where I went wrong now, but that... Okay, let me see now. So now I'm going to flip up here. See, if I make mistakes. But then that doesn't match up. All right, something's not right here. Hang on, guys. We got a problem. Something doesn't match up here. Really? Seriously? Hi, Cat. Hi, everybody over there. Okay, something doesn't match up. Let me figure out what's going on here because something's not right. Okay, so I put a green there, right? This is right. This is correct here. There should be 3 after that, 4. Okay, this is correct here. Now we come to this step. Oh, is it another green? Okay, I got it now. I figured it out. That's what it is. So it's the second green one. See what happens? I'm too busy yakking at y'all. Too busy flapping my gums. Anyway, so going on to trivia for you guys. Yeah, this is going to go on top of here, right? Okay, here's what we do. Here's where it went wrong. Here's what went rogue on me. This is where it went rogue on me. So anyway, the way they designed the ships, as you know, from the original trilogy in Star Wars, was they threw a big box. They threw a big box of Legos on the table, and of course, I don't know. They picked out the white ones, put them all together, but they threw a big box of Legos on the table and said, "Here, build us some ships." So that's how you got the X-wing fighter. That's how you got the. That's how you got the other stuff. We got this now. Now it's correct. Okay. So much for confusion. Okay, now we're working through here. See what threw me was, see, we're working on the roof section right here. There we go. Good aim for you guys. I know it's bright yellow. It's all bright. Okay. But that's how they decided to design the spacecraft in Star Wars. Okay, so this is going to go here now. We got this. Now we're back on track. This gets a corner. Oh, there's a square. Okay. That gets a square corner. Here's your ghost host. There's your ghost host right there. And so again, that's how they came up with the X-wing fighter and Vader's craft and all that for Star Wars. Is they just threw a whole box of Legos on the table and to deal with it. In parts I either missed putting on or I've had some weird things happening this week. I came in here, set my phone down, plain sight, came in here looking around, right? And my phone, I couldn't find my phone. Went off in my kitchen, looked everywhere, thinking I set it down somewhere. Couldn't find my phone. Came back in here, sat down, and my phone was right there. So I've been having some moments. There we go. Now we got it. Been having some senior moments today. All right, now we have it all matches. Okay. Good to see everybody tonight. I missed you guys last night. I missed y'all. Okay, now we got this together. Okay, next step is we're going to build on top of that now. We got that to do. See all that on top of there? We got to put all those things on top of there now. So how many of those little jewels do I need? 9, okay. 9 roundy carbuncle looking things. But again, that was back with Legos, and yeah, I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember. When Legos did not come in kits like this with building instructions. I didn't like them personally because I was never creative enough to build things off of them, without. I really wanted to build cool things. I didn't want to build houses and little cars. I just wanted to build some cool stuff. That's all I wanted to do. So I really wasn't into Legos. Later on, I did end up building like the Apollo space capsules, things like that. But I don't think those had instructions either. They must have. That might have been when they started putting instructions in those. Because I remember building the lunar rover and all that. You can't find those anymore. They're very rare. Okay, make sure that 9. 8, naturally. Of course it's 8. What would it be? Okay, well. If you have Disney Plus, I don't even think. In fact, I was trying to watch the special on Disney Plus. to see if it described how they built the stuff. And I don't think it's even on Disney Plus anymore. But I remember seeing the special a long time ago on TV about how they built it. And how they built a different spacecraft. The TIE fighters and all that. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you for the heart me. How's everybody doing tonight? Are we having a good night? It wasn't this hot today. It has been. We hit 88 the other day. That was miserable. A lot of people sick. A lot of people have colds and whatever you want to call it, flu, or I don't know, whatever that's going around, whether it's COVID or whatever, but a lot of people are sick. To make sure what direction I'm looking at this from, so it's correct. Okay, that's going to go there and that one. Okay, got it. So a lot of sick people out there. Guess what's next? Picked up on the X-Wing. Nah, my X-Wing's on my counter. I already built the X-Wing. Built the Death Star, Millennium Falcon. There we go. And now building this. Okay, so this takes a little time, what I'm about to do. I'm going to make the outer window walls on here, and that took quite a bit of time last week, but we'll get it. Yeah, amazing they can think of these things and how to put them together. You know what I mean? It's amazing. Like I told you, like those guys from Star Wars when they were designing this stuff for Star Wars. Okay, so this is where we're at now. You can see the steps I have to take right there. It's like a combined step of stuff I have to do. So it's going to be like multiple pieces going on. Okay, so, oh yeah, you guys that run the other two networks that aren't TikTok, so you know who you are. Remember that in about an hour it's going to do a reset. I think it's the thing Restream does. I don't think it's the thing that the other two networks do. I think it's the thing that Restream does. That it'll do automatic reset. So if I lose you, I will be back. I will get you back on as soon as I can. And you guys know the rules over at TikTok. You guys can get booted at any time. TikTok decides to boot you or freeze you up or whatever. So you guys know how it goes at TikTok. Well, let's do this. All right. So I'm going to start building. I need 4 clear pieces. Right, it's clear ones. And the lighting in here, because of the big lights. I used to have overheads in here. I don't have them anymore. There we go. Yeah, I need 4 clear. 8 of the dark green. Okay, 4 of those. All right. I want the 4 clear and the 4 doubles. Get started here. Hey, Kathy, hello. Here it is, right here. Kathy is the one that got me the Haunted Mansion. See, we're getting there. That's the haunted dining room. See, we're getting there. Little by little, we put this in together. Should finish it tonight. There we go. Grim Granny Goes come out through social eyes. So let me find what I need to find here, and then what did I say about this? Oh, 2 4 of those. Okay. And don't forget, next week we will be building that gingerbread house, that Easter gingerbread house. So be sure to be in for that. Because I'm going to ask you guys what you want to do on it, how you want me to do it. So it's fully interactive. Four of these, okay. It's a totally interactive build, you guys. Now again, normally I would have music on, but I cannot do that. I wish I could. Unfortunately, that's a big no. Because I do miss having the music on in the background. Last time I did that with the Christmas stuff for you guys, I got lit up like I was on the other two networks. I got lit up like a Christmas tree with copyright. Okay, I need 4 of those regular ones, and then 4 of the flatties. Okay, 4 singles. Yeah. As I pull parts. And it's the dark green, right? Yeah, so I need 4 flat dark greens. Yeah. Oh, 8 flat dark greens. Okay, I need 4 of the flat singles. So 4 flat singles. Every Sunday we'll try to do an arts and craft. I was trying to, I was hoping my neck would work this morning because we're behind in reading our book. Normally on Sundays, one thing that we do, and we also do here, is we'll read for an hour from a paranormal theme book, usually 2 ghost stories. And I've been meaning to do that, and didn't feel good today. Otherwise, we would have been doing that. These squares, yeah. Even leaning forward hurts me. When I lean forward like that, it hurts. You're not a square. You're a square, but you're a light square. We need dark squares. Okay, we need 8 of these. Seven and 8. Okay. I will be doing some cooking for you guys. It's going to be kind of fun. Low sodium cooking to show you guys anybody that has blood pressure issues or heart problems. I'm not a doctor, but I have learned. Hi, Molly. I have learned over the years how to do low sodium cooking to cut down on your salt intake. So, well, I might as well do this first. I can teach you how to do that. That's going to be coming up. Hi, thanks for the heart me. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you so much. Guys, give us a like, follow, and share. Let TikTok know we're alive and breathing. I didn't know the Oscars were on those Sunday when we built. We had a big crowd in here. So I'm surprised that anybody came to the Oscars. That being said, I am a huge Mandalorian fan. And like millions of people out there, I am also a huge Grogu fan. So had I known that Grogu was going to be on the Oscars, I probably would have been on here. Had I known they were going to have him make an appearance. Comments, no readings tonight. Be back tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. Pacific to do readings. Yeah, 680 some odd pieces. Yeah, they had Grogu on. It was really cute. So was Sigourney Weaver. So she took a line out of her Alien movie, and she yelled at Kate Hudson. They had Grogu sitting on the front seat, watching the show when, thank you, Crystal. When Sigourney Weaver and Pedro Pascal came out. And I can't repeat what she said because, but it was really funny. And Then there was a big to do because Grogu can't clap. He has trouble clapping, and so Conan made fun of him. But what was interesting at the end, and people commented about it, was that they played the ET thing as they were cutting it. They cut enough so people could see how that Grogu was the Grogu they had there was automated, completely animatronic, and when they're picking him up, they're playing the ET theme. And people, I guess Star Wars people were kind of miffed. But the truth of the matter is, with Grogu, he has no theme. You know how like Princess Leia has a theme of her own, Luke has a theme of his own, R2D2 has its own theme. Hi, PPRB. R2D2 has his own theme, and et cetera, et cetera. Grogu doesn't have a theme, so playing the theme to ET was the best the orchestra could do. Because there is no theme for poor Grogu. That's probably coming in the movies. But people were amazed because even remote control, he was reacting to everything Conan said. When Conan was throwing insults at him, about not being able to wave, Grogu was actually reacting to what Conan was saying. That's how far they've come with him compared to like Yoda, and it was funny because people just couldn't get over it. But he was reacting. You could see what he was thinking, So Kathy got me this. I'm real excited about it. So we're building it, and this is my first Disney building, and now she's got me into this. And I've been looking at the Disney Castle. So that got me to look at different Disney buildings. Because there's people that have these kits and they'll build all Main Street. Main Street in Disneyland, they'll build the whole thing. Which is really cool. So these things that I'm building now are going to go on here, right here, like this. Anyway, you can find the video for that whole thing with Grogu. You can find the video online. I'm not going to say where. I'll get in trouble. Hi, Pamela. How goes it? I hope you're doing okay. Sorry about your puppy, baby. Sorry about your puppy, honey. I feel for you. Good to see you guys. Just give me a second. Let me get this wall on. I'll show you where I'm at with it, okay? We will get this done tonight, so we will be completing this tonight. And don't forget, next Saturday, Gingerbread House. We're working gingerbread, baby. Okay. So now these things are going to go on the front, right? Is that what they're saying? I have a feeling. Okay. Looks like it jumped a step. I hate when it does that. It looks like this is going to go here because this is part of the main wall. Kind of silly, but okay. All right, shows it lining up perfectly with that. All right, hang on. Did I do something wrong here? You know how it is. Yeah, I did this wrong. Hang on. Let me make sure. I think I did it wrong. Yep, okay. That didn't take long to screw that one up. Okay, what I don't understand, hang on a second here, is showing me. Oh, okay, never mind. I figured out what I did. I'm okay, really. One thing about Legos, you can talk to yourself and nobody will ask you. We'll say anything different to you. Here we go. Goes on like that. See the little windows? Very clever, very clever. But anyway, I thought people were complaining and about the ET theme, but it makes sense. Because everybody, like I said, everybody has a theme. Ahsoka has her theme, all the big wheels and Star Wars have their theme. Grogu does not have a theme. I'm sure he will at some point, maybe this movie even. Grogu will have a theme of his own. But right now, he doesn't have a theme. So. I built it past backwards. Is what I did. That has to be up like that. I admit it, I built it past backwards. There we go. One more for the road, this guy here. Which is why they, like I said, which is why they played the ET theme, which people weren't too thrilled with, but they spent what, 15 million on that puppet? No picture? I should have a picture. Let me double check. I'm gonna refresh over here. We should have a picture, I understand. I'm refreshing over this side here. Hang on, you guys. Okay, hang on. Let's see what I can do. We should have a picture. You might have to go to Tube of View if we're having problems with it. Let me try again. I'll do a reset. Hang on. Let me do. All right, we should be in now with the camera. All right, can you see me now? Might just have to go with audio on this tonight. Can you see me now, Pamela? But it's that old adage, you get what you pay for. And in this case, I get what I pay for. Can you see me now, Pamela? All right, back to where we were. They're still there. When I set up, it was broadcasting fine. Okay. Okay, so let's get these things placed. Okay. All right, we're back on over there. Like I said, it's a cheaper way to go from the place that I normally would be broadcasting from, but unfortunately, this does not make sense. Hang on. That's not going to attach on there, though, because there's nothing to attach to. What in the heck? Oh, it's going to attach here. I see. Never mind. Okay. I'm good, really. All right, let me get these on, and I'll show you guys what we did. But anyway, at first I was thrown off, too, because I used ET music. And it dawned on me why they were using ET music. Oh, and this guy goes here. You put the left one in, you put the left one out, the left one in, and you shake it all about. I'll probably get copyright infringement on that. Okay. Okay, so here goes the main walls on here. So essentially, we built the first major scene is where they're all dancing in the ballroom, and this foregoes the endless hallway. So there we go, right there with it. See, as we're building up the walls on this, some of the inner outer walls. And for you, Pamela, there is the haunted ballroom. Basically, the one in Walt Disney World is a twin to the one at Disneyland, except that the exteriors are different. One's an antebellum mansion. One's like one you would see outside of New Orleans, which is the one Disneyland has. And then you've got the other one that was in the original Haunted Mansion movie that has that red stucco brick stuff on the outside. And it also has an arboretum on it. Where the one in Disneyland is more plain. The one in Disneyland is more like Terra from Gone with the Wind. Yeah, has anybody done a Disney build besides me? And if you did, what was your favorite Disney build, you guys? What was your favorite Disney build that you've ever done? So I need 20 of these bad boys. They're light color. Isn't that cool, Kathy? I could do this all day. I love Disney build. So I need 20 of these things. All right, let me count out 20. It's going to be a bit, you guys, so just bear with me. It's amazing. We also have that black rose that's supposed to sit under glass, even though it's plastic glass. But that's going to be interesting because those pieces compared to the pieces in this, that is a Brio. That is not a Lego. So you know, like these pieces are like, I'll show you. Let me show you something. These pieces right here, like this, it'll be half the size of that. Why do I know this? Because before Oakland, decided to move to Vegas, I actually I was one of the last few people when Brio was making the mascots for the baseball teams. I was actually one of the last few people to buy the mascot and build it, and it took me a week because the pieces were so small to build that Brio mascot. I'm feeling much better. Thank you for asking. It was ugly. I couldn't even, in fact, doing this, like looking down last night, I couldn't look down or anything without screaming. It was bad. In fact, most of my night I had problem with getting my head settled in a spot, And then, of course, I had to have a towel, so I put the Bengay on, wrapped my neck up here in a towel to keep it super warm last night. But I couldn't get my neck in a decent position. Even now, if I move it like over here, I can feel some pain. But not like last night. Because again, I was ready to come on TikTok and do the show last night. I was ready to go. But when I sat down and started doing my thing, where I got to move my head around and all that, that's what stopped me because the pain was just so intense. So that's what put the brakes on the show last night. Oh, TPRB, I'll tell you, I slept for a few hours. Then my cat woke me up, and then I was trying to get to sleep, and my head just hurt. It just kept hurting my neck. So I couldn't sleep last night. I mean, I don't normally sleep well anyway, to be honest. Thank you for the heart me. Give me for 1 second. It is always warm in this room. This is the warmest room in my house. And so it holds the heat. And it's hot, even though it wasn't that hot today. I found the coolest Easter egg walkway lights. They're the same size as regular Easter eggs. But what was cool about the whole thing is that the layout in my front yard is weird, and it's a long walkway. It's a very long walkway. And It's not so much the fact that it's long, but the fact that it curves. It's a long curve. So that's what takes up the space with these lights. You know, like Christmas lights. For instance, the Christmas lights I used this year, which I forgot to take photos of for you guys. I had to buy 6 strands of those. Okay, 4 strands went on the left side. 2 strands went on the right side of the walkway, the inside part. And then I got 2 backup strands coming just in case one goes out this year. Thank you, Abby. But it was fascinating because when I opened up the Easter walkway lights that I bought and spread them out in my house, they're going to fit perfectly. So I'm really excited about that. So I'm in the process, because I got her, obviously I didn't do my lawn this week, but I'll get my lawn within this week, coming up, and I'll get those lights on the walkway. And there were small Easter eggs. Now, last year I had some really cool ones that I found at the Dollar Tree. I was real happy with them. And the neighborhood kids came and busted them and took some of them, and that was the end of that. But this year, yeah, it's different. Hi, Kathy. How you doing? People getting kicked out of TikTok tonight? Is TikTok misbehaving? Looks like some of you guys are getting kicked out and coming back in. That's all right. We're just here for arts and crafts. Good to see Pamela over there. I'm sure my sister's out there somewhere. Out there in whatever land they're in. Hi, Jamie. Welcome back. Like, follow, share. If you like this, share it out for people. If you like what I'm doing, I do crafts every Sunday, 6 p.m. Pacific, or some type of craft. And if you're into that, arts and crafts, then come join me. And yeah, give us a follow. I gotta count these. Did I grab too many of them? Something's not right. What I gotta do over there yet, huh? Shane McKinney, hello. He's got a great site. He is a landlord and has some. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling better today. I can at least turn my neck like this without screaming. Thank you for the roses, Abby. That was a huge thing to turn my head without screaming because it got to the point where I couldn't even. I mean, like I said yesterday, I got in here, set the show up, sat down, and went to move my head, and it was just so painful. Thank you so much for the roses. So that's what stopped me from doing the show. I was right here at 6:30 last night, ready to go. And then that happened, and I was just going, I don't want to lose a night, but let me count these, make sure I got them all. I have one left over. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 13, 18. Why did I need 20? Something's not right here. Hang on. Why do I get 18? I think we have to fill in this. It didn't tell me. I think it goes in there. I think it goes on these. It's not showing that, but I think it goes on the other one. All right, I'll show you what I just did. And going back to Disney in Grogu, what is cool about Grogu is that when you saw Yoda and Yaddle and them, they were already like 900 years old. So they were old already. That's why Yoda, of course it was part of the script. That's why Yoda passed away when he did. And with Grogu, unless something happens to him, You got to figure. There's one missing. It probably fell. The good news is, the one that's missing is that it's really not. Hang on. Did you fall down here? It's a piece that's only in the inner parts, so no one's going to really notice it if it's not there. So I'm not too afraid of it not being here. Even though we should have it, I don't think it should. Unless something attaches directly to it. Is that it right there? Unless something attaches directly to it, we're not going to notice it anyway. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to worry about it. I'm not going to worry about it. Anyway, if my luck, something will have to attach to it. Then we'll just have to rearrange some stuff. With Grogu, he's only 50 years old. He's a toddler in Star Wars time. So with Grogu, I mean, the possibilities, the stories are endless. Because people are continually going to wonder how he progresses as he gets older. Is he going to be a master like Yoda? Is he not going to be a master like Yoda? How's that going to turn out? So the possibilities with Grogu are endless. So here's what I've done. So we have these inner walls up now. And then I got this other stuff because we're about to build the second floor on here. So you can see the inner walls. You can see all that. See? All right. So let's move on. But so the possibilities are endless. What they could do with him. I mean, probably long after I'm dead, he's going to hit a stride. He'll be like 300 years old. Unless they age him suddenly really fast. Ask about the craft of the lights. Thank you, AI. AI on TikTok is now giving us these messages. Sharing a Lego mini mansion building story. Ask about the craft or the lights. All right. I'm not a big fan of the AI on TikTok, but this stuff makes me laugh. That does make me laugh. All right, so we're doing the next steps. We're going to build corners on these walls as we get going here. But anyway, like I was saying, Grogu, he won't live for a long time unless something horrible happens. So I see him knowing a lot of people. I mean, I'm sure that, I don't want the Mandalorian to get killed or anything like that, but I'm sure that, one of those and one of those. Better here. Okay. But I'm sure that if something happens to the Mandalorian, Grogu will probably end up hooking up with Rey. That's part of his Jedi Order. And maybe at some point he might become a teacher. I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there. That's not the piece I want. The one that looks like a stoplight. So the possibility of Grogu's going to go on forever. That one, that's the one we want. We want that guy. But he's going to be there forever. And will he become the Mandalorian? I think so. I think he's the one they're talking about to become the Mandalorian. He will be a Mandalorian. I need 4 of those and 2 of those. He will be a Mandalorian Jedi. So it's going to be interesting to watch. Let's see how it progresses. But the possibilities are endless because he's so young. And it's neat because they're giving us a look at him like we never got to look at Yoda. We never got to see Yoda and how Yoda became the Jedi Master that he was. Don't you hate when you're down to one piece and you know it's in here somewhere and you need that piece? This one, there's no wording on that piece. I need a flat, what is a flat white? Oh, how many flat whites I need? 2 flat whites. Oh, you know what? They're not white. Hello. That's why I can't find it. See what I mean? I need those. That's what I need. We need these guys. 2 of those. That's what I'm looking for. They're still doing windows. But that's how I see it. I have no idea what is the Lucas, Disney's thoughts on how they want to handle that, but that is how I see it kind of going down for the future. Because suddenly that little Grogu doll is the future of Star Wars. Anyway, how's everybody doing? So has anybody out there built a Lego that they're proud of? If you did, tell me about it. Tell me about a Lego you built that you're proud of. Cue the crickets. Cue the crickets. Where are y'all? Where y'all go? Cue those crickets. Let's see, I got 3 of you over here. I got 8 of you, 6 of you over here. And as my dad would say, no answer. Cue the crickets. You all. Anybody see Elvis and Epic yet? I still haven't gone to the theater for Epic. I've been wanting to go see Epic. But I still haven't gone. One of my friends went, and it was funny because she didn't know anything about Elvis. And she came out respecting him more and more after watching Epic. How he operated. It was all purely on instinct. That's one thing. Man couldn't read music. It was all on instinct. Okay. Sure, I didn't skip anything. I did skip, see? I'm good for that. I'm good for skipping stuff. Let me build this. I did skip a step. Whoa, I'm way ahead. I got a piece right here I don't need because that's how my life is. Oh, I grabbed the wrong piece. That's why. So I did skip a step. We're going to have to put it back up. I see what I skipped. See, because I'm having fun with you guys. I'm blahing my life away. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 right? They're going to lock me up and throw away the key one day. Oh, those are the flat ones too. See that? Wrong piece. I could build this all day. Ever gotten to like a holiday thing for a while there that I always made sure I had a Lego for Christmas. Some kind of Lego project to work on. And usually I do. This year I had one smaller one that we didn't get to it this year. But normally I have a Lego project going on at Christmas. This was a weird holiday. I didn't get to a lot of things. I wasn't feeling that great. Okay, you're like this. So where are we? Goes on the front of one of these. That doesn't work. Wait a minute. What's going on here? How can that fit it? Oh, maybe it does. That doesn't make sense to me. Oh, yeah, it does. There it goes. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Here's what I built. I got ahead of myself, though. I got way ahead of myself, so I have to get back in. I skipped the whole page. Here we go. 5 of those? Okay. We'll fix it. Got ahead of myself. Houston, I gotta look at something. This does not look right. How weird. Let's just sit on top of something else. We'll find out. Okay, let me put these in now. So I'm looking for this angle. I'm figuring it's going like this. Inner walls of the attic. With 2 on each end. Are we at 2 on each end? Yeah. Okay, that's there. Then we got these 2 other walls. So this is going to come this way. I told you guys about that theory I heard from that nurse. There's a nurse that used to do Disney as an influencer, and she would talk about different Disney ideas. She had a really good idea that I never thought about with the Haunted Mansion before. So here's what we got. We got these 2 walls up. See how we got those walls up along with the. We're getting ready to put the haunted attic in right now. Okay. And since I skipped steps because I'm an idiot. Okay, so we're right here with this is where we're at. But this is lining up perfectly, so something is not right here. What did I do wrong? Hang on. Something doesn't. Oh no, it shows it. It shows it. Okay, it shows it higher. I'm good. So we're at step 63 or 62. So we got to build another one of those corner thingies. So we're building on and building on and building on. Where does this go though? It's not showing me where it goes. So we're gonna build some more of these. Figure out what to do with them. Because see, we want it to look like this. Because we're gonna be stacking on top. See it? We're gonna be stacking on top on this one. So I need 1, I need a flat, and I need an upper. Okay. Ugh. Thank you for spending your Sunday evening with me, everybody. And just one of these. Okay. Thank you guys so much. And thank you for the follow, World's Best Nanny. So don't forget, tomorrow we'll be back at around 6:30, 6:45 to do 3 tarot card readings. Back to tarot card readings. I'm even going to start doing some readings with dowsing rods to do some readings on your pets. Do some readings on your cats and dogs and different pets. All right, let's see if I can figure out what the hell this is doing now. How do I connect it? It connects right there. I'm very confused here about how this connects. Okay, let's try this. So these 2 should match up in theory. Go on. By God, they do. Okay. By the gods. Look at that. Dank ferret. They fit just right. Okay, so this is going to go on right now. So what are we doing here? So that's what's going to go in that corner. Like this. Oh, okay. Seriously? Oh, I have to look at it from this angle. Okay. So. But why is it backwards? Hang on a second. Like that? Maybe that's what it wants. Is it that one it wants and that stays up there? Yeah, that's what it wants. Okay. Well, we'll put it where it wants it. Oh, I see what it does. Oh, clever. Come on, let me lower it down. There is a place to attach it. There we go. Now it's attached up there. See how we're slowly building? See, guys, how we're slowly building on the top? Oh, well, the theory. Anyway, here's the theory that she came up with that I thought was very clever. When you're in the Haunted Mansion, you go up. You're going from the ground floor. You see the haunted, the haunted hallway, the seance room. You see the ghost dancing. Then you go up. You go up to the attic, and then you see the beating heart bride, who in all reality is Constance Hatchaway. They gave her a new name. Okay, so she's Constance Hatchaway. In fact, you go by a display of her hatchets because Constance took care of her lovers. We're just going to say that, okay? Not getting in trouble on TikTok. And you go into the attic and she's there, and she's standing there, and you can see her mirror and all her jewels and everything she's got. And it's interesting because all of a sudden, as you're going up, you turn around and you're climbing the stairs backwards. And then you go down into the cemetery. From the up position, you go down. And it's interesting. Pamela, you remember that part? And it's interesting because it never occurred to me until this woman said this, that she felt that what that was. Because remember, Constance was not a very nice individual. She wiped out a lot of men in that graveyard. And anyway, so what she thinks, and this is what she thinks, this is the Disney line, is that when you get up in the attic and you're looking around, the story is assuming that you're on foot, okay? Like you're walking through. Because when Walt first built or wanted to build that mansion, it was supposed to be like a wax museum kind of thing. And people were supposed to walk through. And then they realized that with the amount of people they needed to have go through, they had to have the Doommobiles instead because there just wasn't enough, time to get people through in the way Walt wanted to do it. Anyhow, so what her theory is, which is a cool theory, is that Constance pushes you out the window, the attic window, to unalive you. So that falling motion that you go through when you're up there, and you start going backwards, that's you falling out of the window, and then you, of course, are alive, and you end up in the cemetery, and you see all the ghosts dancing and singing and all that. I thought it was a great theory. It's one of the better theories that I've heard in a long time. Having to do with being up there, and every time I see it, every time I see a video of it, that area, it makes me think that she's pushing you out the window. Because technically, when you first go through the Haunted Mansion, you see the ghosts, like dancing in the ballroom. You never hear them. You don't hear them. Okay, you can't hear them even with the hallway, the endless hallway. You don't hear the ghosts. The only one you hear, you hear like wolves baying and all that, but the only one you really hear is Madame Leota and the crystal ball. Okay, you don't hear them. So that makes more sense. So her theory is that, okay, she shoves you out, you die, and then you get in the cemetery, you can hear all the ghosts and see them, which makes a lot of sense. So I'm just saying. Making sure I'm where I'm at. Okay, now we're over here. I need 4 of those and two of those. Yeah, so that's her theory. I think it's a really good theory. I mean, for you guys that haven't been to Disney and have never gone through, then you don't know. You know what I mean? But if you've gone through, like Pamela, what do you think about that theory? Like for the people that have gone through the Haunted Mansion, What do you think of that theory? That you get shoved out the window. Now, where she came up with the theory, I have no idea. But I think it's a pretty good theory. And the stories at Walt Disney World that go with their Haunted Mansion are different from the Cosmic Castaway story. But it's strange because they put in the new Beating Heart Bride, and it's kind of like they're trying to merge the two stories so that when people go to Walt Disney World, they don't get confused between the two mansions. I don't know, but that might be what they're doing. Now, the one in France has a huge difference. That story is completely different from the two stories at the two other parks, the main parks. Thanks, Unicorn. Because that one, remember, a lot of people in Europe think that we're all cowboys and Indians here still. So that one's based on Big Thunder Mountain. And the father was looking for suitors for his daughter. And when he didn't like the suitors, he took care of the suitors. Okay. But what's interesting is with that one, instead of going into a cemetery, which you kind of go into a cemetery, but not like you do with the one at Disney and Walt Disney World. And that one, there was an earthquake, and the ground opened up and sucked down the town. So when you go through that one, there's saloons. There's kind of more like Pirates of the Caribbean because you've got skeletons and ghosts and saloons and stuff, and then they're playing cards and doing all this stuff. So it's a lot like the Pirates of the Caribbean, and that's the one in France. Now, I haven't seen the one in Japan. I don't think I've ever looked it up. I have to check that one out. See, there's these little parts. We're just doing a bunch of little things in here. Just like that. These are like little windows, curves and windows. See, we're doing a bunch of these. The other things that's absolutely fascinating is at night, when you walk past the Haunted Mansion at night, I think both mansions, when you walk past those mansions at night, if you look up at the second story windows, there's a light like a candle that's moving around those windows. It's rotating around the windows. Okay, I need two of those, one of those, two of those. Okay, got it. And it's neat. You're standing, because you can see the mansion pretty good for different places. So you're standing in line for another ride, Pirates of the Caribbean or whatever, or even I think Splash Mountain. You can see it pretty good too. Well, not Splash, but Tiana's. Whatever the hell it is they call it now. And you can see that candle moving around. It was kind of cool to see. But again, that theory of you falling out she's the only one I ever heard that from. In fact, I was going to Google it one day and see if that theory was true, I was curious. Make sure I'm in the right spot. But I'd like to know, if anybody knows any proof to that. If there's anything in the stories. Because my friends that do the research on the Haunted Mansion, they don't talk about that at all with their research. So that just may be that woman's theory. As to what, Oh, I need two of those, huh? I'm ahead of myself. As to what's going on if you're going through the ride. Now let's get to the other elephant in the room. People that want to leave their ashes in Disneyland. A lot of ghost stories. But we'll talk about the other elephant in the room, okay? The other elephant in the room is this. There's people that want to leave their ashes in the Haunted Mansion. I don't think I would. But and what happens is, and this is sad, okay? This is really sad. If they get you on camera, which they will because there's a bazillion cameras at the parks. One thing you can guarantee with is there's a bazillion cameras at those parks, okay? And they are going to catch you if you dump the ashes off in any part of that ride, okay? So then what happens is they have to call hazmat, park hazmat. What do? They'll vacuum up those ashes. What happens to the ashes? And this is all speculation. What happens to the ashes? They go out in the trash, just like everything else. Because the Haunted Mansion is supposed to be dusty. So when you drop grandma's ashes in there, or whoever, if you drop grandma and grandpa's bed, or your kid or whatever in there, they can't tell what's ashes and what's not. Okay? So when you do that final dump for them, they're going out in the trash. Unfortunately. And I get the fascination. You want to go, you want to go wherever it makes you happier. In your life. And, Disneyland, my friend before she passed away, that was her last wish. As sick as she was to go to Disneyland, so her husband took her. And she didn't die at Disneyland, but she died. She went through Disney for 2 days, visited the park, and then went on hospice in Anaheim. And that was the end of my friend. So she got to do her Disney thing. She got her Disney wish. Okay, so where does this attach? This goes on this side. Okay. But she got her Disney wish. Am I happy for her? Yes, I am. Did I put this together backwards? I don't think so. Find out. We're about to find out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hang on, kids. What did I do? What did I do right? This has to fit here. Okay, it's not fitting, so I don't know why it's not fitting. 3. Oh, it's going to fit on it. Hang on. So it's fitting on top of this. But it leaves a hole there. That doesn't make sense. It's not something not right. Yeah, that was a long time. In fact, the trip I made at Disneyland with my other friend, because my friend that passed, I had a mutual friend. And I guess they had made arrangements because they wanted me to see Disney. I don't even know if I'll ever get back. But they had made arrangements, and it was all laid out that I would do Star Wars and all this stuff. Let me double check something here because that would make more sense. Okay, so we got the 3. Looks like this is laying on top of here, huh? And so my other friend had paid for the trip, I think, pretty much, so that I would get to Disney. I was supposed to go. Trying to see where I'm at here. I was supposed to go to her funeral. It was part of that trip that she made. No matter what I do, it's not going to sit evenly. Even if I take this doesn't make sense. Okay, right? It doesn't make sense. Stage, hang on. See what's going on with this. That doesn't make any sense to me. Unless that one doesn't go on. But it has to, because it has to attach that. Maybe it doesn't go on there. Let me see this piece. Let me see something. Something's not jiving with this thing right now. Okay, here's what I'm working with right here. If I point it this way, it looks like this. It's all nice and flat. Okay, now this goes here. This is what doesn't make sense to me right now. Anyway, so my friend, let me look at that. I want to look at the layout without it. Had made all these plans for me. It should be upright. Okay, this doesn't fit right. Something's not right. Something's not correct here. Something's not correct in this thing. Anyway, my friend made plans for me to go to Disney. Because one end is shorter than the other. It's showing this over here. But it's showing it in front of this. I wonder. Let me look at these again. Something's not right. Let me look at these again. Okay, you got that window. You see these two right there, which is where it should be. That's where it's supposed to be. Okay, now let's move on. This isn't making sense right now. Something's not fitting. That or I put something together wrong. Here's where we're at. It's showing it fitting right here, but it doesn't fit right there. Makes no sense. I'm seeing 3. Okay. But if that sits on there, then it's not going to fit right. The only logical way is to take that one off to get the fit. Let's try it. Let's try it by taking it off and see. Because otherwise, it's not going to fit right. Something's not copacetic at Disney here. Hang on. Oh, I dropped it. Oh, wonderful. If we won't have any more anyway. There it goes right there. So, don't know why it didn't fit right, but I had to take it off. Because that did not work. That one was on here. Yeah, guys. But anyway, they just set it up for me to. We'll cross that bridge when we get it. They had. I mean, I was able. I got my lightsaber. Got a custom lightsaber built. My friend made sure because I hadn't gone to Disney in so long. For years, I hadn't gone to Disney, and now it's correct. I had to take that piece off. Oh, we get to build more. How fun for me. But it's going to be the same thing on that side. See, this side doesn't have that one on there. That's why I think that wasn't supposed to be on there. It was one too many. See, it's looking really cool. I'll show you. See all the glass work? Look at all that glass work on the second floor. So yeah, I mean, I had a ball. It was, and I have to thank my friend who's no longer with me and my friend that took me. I never stayed in like a 4-star hotel like that before. The Grand Californian and things like that. So for both of us, I couldn't go because my brother had just passed, and my uncle had just passed. And so I had funerals to do here when all this came down. And when she wanted to do this Disney trip, which was fine, but I had funerals and stuff to do here, so I didn't get a chance to go to the Disney trip. And my other friend did not go either. Our mutual friend. So we went the year after. And I guess my friend that passed away had left a list of the stuff that I had been talking about, like I'm wanting to do. Hey, I want to do this. I'd love to see this. I'd love to do this. And so there was a list left, and so we did it. We did it together to honor her. Fun trip. Spent a week there. Had a ball. But when I look at this Disney thing and content, like all these Disney content creators they have now that go to the parks and do their thing. If I had known about that, I was taking care of. I was too busy with my mom and dad at the time. But if things had been different, I probably would have ended up becoming a content creator staying at the parks, like my friend. And my friend probably would have gone with me. But it wasn't, so I can do it from here just as easy. But I was taking care of my mom and dad, so I wouldn't have left them to do that at all. Okay, I need 2 dark greens of those and 1 clear. But you always look back, it's always looking at things in hindsight. It's always looking at everything in hindsight. Hi, Mrs. Stewart. How are you? Hello, everybody. So again, tomorrow I'll be back at between 6:30 and 6:45 to do tarot card readings. Okay. So now I need to build on this. Okay, so this is done. We need to build one. This attaches here. Yeah, a bunch of little stuff that you build up with these. Layer after layer after layer. But that's what makes these Legos turn out so cool, because it is layer after layer. Pamela, are you still out there? Someone's watching over there. Okay, now let's build this other part. So I need 2 of those, 1 flat, 1 of those, and 2 of those. Okay. Everybody use this. 2 of these. And 2 windows. Two of those. Okay. We're going to be cracking into the number 4 tonight. That's why I think we'll get this done sooner than you guys think. Hi, Philly. Welcome. Good to see everybody. Kathy in the house. Everybody checking out on Sunday night. Sunday night building night. It's weird, knowing I don't have that pizza waiting for me. Usually I have pizza waiting for me when I get off here. But not tonight. Didn't feel like going anywhere. All I know that I found today by default, because it happened earlier today, that my neighbor got some new furniture, living room furniture. Because they parked the delivery truck in front of the house. Oh, that's not straight on there or something. Yeah, I can see right there's crooked. Don't be crooked. There you go. Okay, let's place this in. This has no corner, so this is going to go straight here. So this part goes here. So I'm looking to make sure I got the right direction with it. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Here's another wait a minute. I'm confused. Oh, no, I'm not. This makes sense now. Okay, yeah. Another one that shouldn't be there. I've got a problem in their food. There it is. There it is. So there you go. So here's what we have here. So you can see that we're building up on this. See that? See how we're building those upper walls? See how that goes? You guys see that? So we're at this stage right now with it. So that's what we're going to be doing next. Adding next on there. I need one corner. Okay. Dumpster dive for parts, everybody. We need one corner there. Probably need to see out. We don't have a 2. That's going to be a problem. I think we may have a problem. Oh, no, there it is. Okay, 1, 2. I need a 6. I need a 4. 6 and the 4. Point it towards me. Correct positioning. It's good to see everybody here. Good to see you all. It means a lot. See, we're getting ready to put the floor on. Like, oh, you dirty rat. You dirty rat, you. Wants to take off on its own. See that? Sneaky little bugger with it. These things aren't imperfect. It's hard to get these things on. Hi, everybody. Thank you. 30,000 likes. Thank you so much. Okay. So where's the 2 though? Right there. Okay. Okay, so we got those on. That was easy enough. See, we got this. Where we're at with this here. Got that one over there. Got that top part on. Okay. Sorry, probably making you all drunk. All right, so now we're going to add. Oh, we got the top one on here. See, I told you. So let's get this top, start filling out that floor now. I wish this had lights on it. That'd be kind of cool. Probably a lighting kit somewhere. Somewhere there's a lighting kit. Okay. I need a long one. I need that one. I need you. I need you. I need 2 of you. And then I need 3 of those, which are green, correct? Yeah. So 3 of the flat greens. So I guess my Sacramento Athletics are in first place right now. No. So they've had a heck of a spring training. Hope they can take it into the season. That would be nice. Put us on the map, right? Spring training is about to end here, and the season's going to start. There's what I need. I need what? I need 2 of those. 1 of those. And then 1 3. There you go. Okay, here we go. Start capping this off. Hi, Mommy. Hello, puppet. That's not down all the way where it should be there now. Okay, I'm trying to make sure. Okay, I see. All right, I got it. So this is going to go. All right, so here we go. This is going to go here. Here's where, if these things don't line up, it's going to be craziness trying to get these on. You can see that's crooked on there already. So here we go. If they don't line up, it's going to be a mess. Okay. This guy here. Okay. Then we got these things here. All right, this is where it matters. Because we're missing that round. This is where it matters, you guys. Let me see if I can find the round one. Remember that one green round went missing? I had one go flying. That is going to matter. That might be a problem. Oh boy. Okay. So. Yeah, that's wrong. I need a part. So. Let me go down and look for it. I know what I'm looking for. Should be a part right there. Oh, it's a light green. Is that light green? It is a light green. Never mind. That was a dark green. I'm good. Okay. I don't know what the dark was. Hi, Dollface. How goes it? Okay, there we go. These 2 go here. Where we get that bony fingers, bony fingers. Good to see everybody. Keep tapping on with you're napping. This doesn't want to go for some reason. You dirty. Broke my nail too. Oh, you dirty rat, you. That sucker broke my nail. Thanks, Eric. There it goes. Murphy's Law. There we go. All right, so that's done. So we did that section here. See? So that's all on now. If you look up in here, see we're already up to here with it. Have we lost someone over there? So as we build our way up. Okay. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Next step, we're going to keep building up on this. Grim grinning ghosts come out to socialize. So it looks like there's a light on it. Out of close, spooky, your eyes and don't try to hide. Okay. Because if I sing, I'll get nailed for copyright. Yeah. I call it Lego fingers. Kathy, there's bony fingers and there's Lego fingers. I have Lego fingers. Oh, cherries. Okay. I miss Disney on Ice too. Usually I go. I get free tickets for Disney on Ice, but I haven't been running my travel newspaper in a while. My online newspaper, and I used to get tickets for the show for that, and then do a review. But I haven't been doing that newspaper for a while. Okay, so I need three of those. Oh. I see. I need 6 of those. Okay, so I need 4 more of those, 3 of those, and 2 of those. Okay, got it. I need 4 more of these bad boys. Whoop, not that one. Another one of these. I even had the AT-AT that had the motor in it. I still have it in my shed in storage. It's got a motor in it so it walks. Okay. Oh, we need 1 more of those, huh? I messed up. Right, let's grab. Supposed to be 2 and 3. Got it. Okay. All right, so we get this on. Oh, I need 3 of those too. Tank ferric. There we go. Okay. So it's the same thing, same process, only it's going this way. I got it. Hi, Boss Jesse, what's happening? Kinds of characters on TikTok. Tank ferric, I hate when they do this. Whoa. That doesn't hold very well at all. Nice, it's a porch, but I see what's going on. Hang on. Excuse me while I cuss at it in Star Wars talk. Hi, Marcella. Hello. How are you doing, Marcella? Welcome. There we go. Let's make the other one ahead of time so I can do that again. So we're building up the upstairs, the balconies is what we're building right now of our mansion. So they look like this. See, so we're building, you can see where there's like lattice work in there, right? Because it's like building a balcony. It's like building a little balcony on it. Yeah, I knew that was going to go there because it didn't have anything on there. So this guy now is going to go here. And it's going to go which way? It's going to hang off here. Well, I don't want to step on that. Remind me not to leave the Haunted Mansion by way of this balcony. So there's the front balcony. When they were introduced in the new Haunted Mansion movie, Jamie Lee Curtis and I think Danny DeVito were up on that balcony that I'm showing you right now. They were up on that balcony when people were standing in line, to go in. Well, just like Johnny Depp as Jack Sparrow, they had him inside the Pirates of the Caribbean, which is very cool. Literally inside, so I got 8 windows. Literally inside the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. And so people would go by in the boats, right? And they'd think, God, that looks so much like Johnny Depp. And then he would move. He'd laugh. But he would laugh so hard. But he would stand there frozen, like his animatronic didn't start, And then as the boat went by, he'd move. Hi, Adam. Arts and crafts night. We'll try and build some stuff for 4th of July. Maybe we'll try some different types of arts and crafts. Like try and make designs. I don't know if you guys would be into that, to like build centerpieces for the 4th. Okay. Now we'll see if this works. If it doesn't fit together right, then I'll have to reset it all. Okay, this goes here. We're putting secondary windows in now. Yeah, about 5 minutes. You're right, Solandra. I almost forgot. I got so into what I was doing. See, guys, I have one of the best moderation staff on TikTok. They take care of me. I take care of them. You are correct, Solandra. Let me get this for you here. Why don't you want to go in? Okay, because I'm looking over here. Okay, I'm seeing something weird. Oh, I know. I'm looking the wrong way. Hello, I'm looking the wrong way. So now this should curve around the corner, and it does. I'm wondering what was going to do on the corner. So I'll show you guys the windows. Got some windows going in. There we go. Now these windows are in. Grim grinning ghosts come out to socialize. We turn it that way. And then we'll turn it this way. Do the hokey pokey and turn yourself. You guys see that okay? I'll stop moving it around. See? Like over here. Just like that. So now we're moving on. So we're going to start building the roof section. So here we go. Now we're starting. We're at step 80. We get to put this over here now. When I look, it'll fall off. I'm going to take my vitamins, you guys. Hang on, okay? Give me a minute. Let's have my vitamins. Now, last night, there was no way like I could bend over like that towards that side without being in extreme pain. It was awful. Okay, so here's where we're at. We're going to start building the top part of this thing. So there's where we're at now. I'll show you. Here's what we're doing now. Okay? I don't know if this is the floor of the attic or what this is, but we're building it. Back, let me see what this is. That was dumb. I can't see close to my contact. Dummy. Forgot I had my contacts in. Don't know what that is. Won't know until it's built. Could be part of the attic. I'm thinking. Okay, we'll find out. Let's build this puppy. So I need three light greens and 3 light tans. We're almost ready to get into that fourth box. That fourth bunch of parts. See, we're getting closer. We're inching closer to the end. Any other green? Confused me for a second there. Don't take much of my word. Meticulous. All right, so that's done. So we're going to next step. A few more cherries. Good to see everybody in here. All right, move on. So I need 2 of the tan and then 2 of the red ones. 3, right? Yeah, 2 and 2. Kind of looks like a fireplace. I'm not sure about that one. Okay, here we go. Okay. Well, that's going to point that way. I'm eating, before you ask, freeze-dried cherries. What's left of them? Okay, so. Now let me. There we go. Camera's back. All right, we're back. We'll find me again. All right. Temperamental little booger. God. Too temperamental for my taste. Anybody watch any good movies this weekend? I watched Friday night. I watched caught up on Grey's Anatomy and 2 of the flat ones, 1 and 3. And watch the Kennedy that love story. The Kennedy love story thing. That's been on. One more episode of that to go. And then that's off. I didn't either. My friend wanted to go to the movie today. I didn't feel like going. I've just been too tired, to do movies and stuff. So I'm saving up. I want to go see Epic. I want to see Elvis and Epic, and I'm saving everything up for the Mandalorian. Everything for me right now is revolving around the Mandalorian. So I'm saving. I have some movie passes. That's what I'll get to save for the Mandalorian. Good to see everybody. Good to see you all. But again, yeah, I'm saving everything for the Mandalorian. Just like starting in May, there's going to be Mandalorian Happy Meals. How much you want to bet? Anything with Grogu with is going to get stolen. I'll tell you something. My friend, oops, okay. Forgot what I was going to say. Something about my friend. I can't remember now. Oh, well, lost a thought. No loss. Okay. Anyway, so I'm saving that for the Mandalorian movie. That's where I'm at with it. Oh yeah, my friend wanted to go see this other movie. I didn't want to. I hate to say it, waste my tickets on it because I am saving it up. It's like same friend that didn't want to go see Epic with me, so I figured we're even. Okay, so now we're jumping into here. So now we have this built right here. That's it. Pop it over here. We're at step 83. I need 2 regular ups. And then that guy. Okay. See, I'll show you right now. We're going to be switching to the number 4 bag. This is the last thing we're going to build with this. And we don't have that part. Uh-oh, we're short a part. Oh, boy. Well, it happens. This is a crucial thing, too. That's a crucial part of the build. We may have to build it without it. Maybe we'll have an extra part somewhere else. It's gone. It's not there. And it's nothing we lost or anything. It just wasn't there. Well, that's not good. Yep, not there. All right, we're just going to continue. I'll go ahead and build it without it. If it's an inside fireplace thing, if this goes inside, we might get away with it. I'll go ahead and build without it for now. I may be able to go in the other room, and I have a Lego where I can push reports off of. We'll see. But for now, we don't have that part. So we're just going to go with it. It's going to show a big old gaping hole in there. It happens more often than not with Lego kits. It was doing so well, too, kit-wise. See that gaping hole? You need another white one in there. We don't have it. So we're just going to go with it. As long as nothing has to connect to it, we should be all right. Okay. So I need gold. We're talking gold now. I need 2 square gold flats in that one. Okay. Hi, Michelle. How goes it, everybody? Welcome. Ooh, it's warm in here. Always warm. All right. You ever bump your head and then it's like 7 months later you can still sometimes it gets sore like in that spot where you bumped your head. You guys ever done that? You can feel it kind of sore. Is it? You guys ever do that? I mean, I really bumped my head on the stainless steel door one day. And every so often, I could feel a sore spot up there where I bumped. High connections. Sure, I get the colors I'm supposed to have here. Okay. Whew, okay. So what am I building besides a mess? Oh, it's on the ground. In front of it. I see. Okay. So 2. Okay. We're on the end here. Pass for building tips. I'm loving the AI. I'm loving the AI TikTok. I'll give you credit for that one. Normally I hate the AI, but look, your AI has come a long way, TikTok. It's like Big Brother's watching me build, you know? Push this down. There. I don't know what the temperature is. It's only like 83, I think, here, but tonight this room is just always miserable. And it's going to get worse. I have to look for an air conditioner, a whole house air conditioner. Because I really don't want to move out of this room to do shows. I like being in here because it's more roomy. But if I have to go in there to do these shows, we won't have the props that we have out here. Because there's absolutely no room in there in the other space. So okay, so now I need 6 of the little grabby thingies. So let me ask you this. Who here is a Little House on the Prairie fan? And any of you guys fans of Little House? And if you are, what do you think of the new TV series coming out on Netflix? You? What do you think of the new TV series? Or do you think they should leave well enough alone? I did. Thank you, Zalondra. I took them. You don't have Netflix? No, I'm just saying, do you think that they should have left well enough alone? Instead of making a new series, just, leave it alone. I agree. I think they should leave it alone. Now, the movie they made, now there was a couple movies of the week that they did where Richard Thomas played Pa. He wasn't bad as Pa. But it's still, I think it should be left alone for what it is. Well, I watch it. Well, I don't have Netflix, so I won't be watching it. But 2 of those. Okay, that's what that is. I agree. They should leave it alone. Like, people are already upset because the gal that plays Mary is a brunette and not a blonde, so people are already upset over it. I see people complaining about it already. Just like Disney's smart enough, a bunch of these guys want Luke Skywalker movies. And I think Disney is smart enough because of what happened with Solo. Even though the guy that plays Solo wasn't bad, I'm getting this so I can see. I think the writing was on the wall at that point that Disney's not going to recast Luke Skywalker or Princess Leia or any of that. They might do it with that little girl, because that little girl in the TV show, but I don't think Disney's going to do a lot of recasts of the older Star Wars people. I just don't. Excuse me, I didn't do that. Excuse my light. I think they're going to leave well enough alone. Yeah, like the original. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you on that one. Quit while they're ahead. So we'll see how it comes. I don't have Netflix, so it's not going to bother me. We are building, and this was from Kathy, my birthday present. We're building the mini Disney Haunted Mansion. Look at that. Just like the one at Disneyland. That's what we're building. So it's kind of fun. It's a fun build. It's a mini. It's like 600 pieces. Oh, we got stickers. I love stickers. Okay. I need 2 of those problems. Then we get to play with the stickers. The only thing with breaking nails, it's not really a big deal, but if you wear contacts, like this nail I just broke, you don't want to have like anything jaggedy on your fingers because it will rip your contacts. Yeah, Disney's Mini Haunted Mansion. I love it. In fact, I do. In fact, you wouldn't believe it that I could get this still, after watching me do the shows. But I love this stuff. Always have. I grew up, my mother was very artsy. Nothing but arts and crafts always in the house. And I have, like right now, besides this, I got 2 other personal projects that I'm working on. I'm also a professional photographer. The room that I'm in, that I do our show in, this is a photo video studio. Like the backdrop back here, I have another extra backdrop that I take with me to different people's houses. If they would like photos done, I can take it on the road. And then I have a podcast studio, which, like for reading the book and stuff, I do all that in the other studio. But I have a podcast studio as well. I'm very art oriented. I love working with charcoal. Close enough. I love working with charcoal. And other stuff. And other types of media. Okay, we got that. Next, now we're just adding the decor on this. Not having that part in there is wreaking havoc with my OCD. I don't think it's something that you're going to see from the outside. I think it's something that gets buried in one of the rooms. Okay, so I needed 2 brown gold, that thing, and a flame. I knew this was a fire. I knew it. Good to see you guys. This is a business good. I mean, when you think about the big picture on this, the amount of pieces in here, even though it's a mini, version of the Haunted Mansion, with the amount of pieces on here, this is a big Lego. When I built the Death Star, which I have built the Death Star, when I built the Death Star, that was 700 pieces. And the Death Star is like this huge, it's huge. It's really, it's huge. And that was 700 pieces. But I have to show you guys Stomper. The dog my other dog kind of broke Stomper, so there's parts missing and I can't get Stomper again because they don't make him. And, oh, it sits on 2. So the bottom has one on 2, right? Is that what I'm seeing? No, I see 1, 2. So what is going on with this? Why do we have... Oh, I grabbed 1 too many. No, why do I have extra? Nothing like having extra parts, you guys. I'm only seeing 1. Oh, I know why, because I grabbed 2 for each side. Dummy. Big dummy. But see, this does good for my OCD problems. I told you guys, I have OCD problems. I also have, I have problems where I can't focus on stuff. But this really, doing this stuff calms down all of my OCD problems. Bass backwards, dummy. We'll see. The 2 little, like I said, the 2 Little House movies that were done without Michael Landon in them, they weren't bad. The gal that played Laura wasn't bad. I was really questionable on it with Richard Thomas. Seeing John Boy take a rustic thing after watching him in the Waltons all those years, and my whole attitude was, he was a wimp in the Waltons, literally. You know what I mean? He was literally a wimp in the Waltons, and then to see him take on and be Pa Ingalls, that was a bit of a stretch for me. But it was really good, actually. He did a really good job. He kept the beard, And once you got past the fact that he was John Boy Walton, it was all right. Okay, so that's awesome. Now we'll add stuff. So I need 1 more of those to go up there. I need that thing. Okay, that's all there. But I do love doing this stuff. And like I said, my mother was always in arts and crafts, and so that's what we did. Whether it was Christmas, we would make our own ornaments for the trees, for the Christmas tree. Doing stuff like that. My mother actually won a trip to the Pasadena Rose Parade. She was working for AT&T at the time, and back then Pacific Bell before it was AT&T. But she let's get this going here. One thing she got to do every year was that they had a contest, and the contest was to build a miniature float. Hey, Magnum, Ghost Magnum, what's happening? You know what we're doing tonight? My friend got me this for my birthday. Check it out, yo. See that? That's what we're building tonight. The mini haunted mansion. And telling the story. We're telling spooky stories. We're talking ghost stories. We're telling all kinds of stories. Just relax and having some fun on a Sunday. Going to start making Sunday arts and crafts night. Unless we have an investigation. Now, if we have an investigation, it's going to be evidence review night. You guys can check. Everybody can check out how we do evidence review. I got to get out to your neck of the woods, Ghost Magnet. I have 3 investigations, a residential schedule about 20 minutes away from where I live. But I want to start when the weather gets better. Head up to VC. I haven't done anything in Virginia City in a long time. A long time. Up in that area. All right, so there we go. I'm bugged about that brick missing, but it'll have to do. My OCD will have to get over it. So here's what we built. Some kind of fireplace thing. Some type of fireplace. I think we're missing a brick. Life does go on. So there we go. How you doing, Ghost Magnet? How was your weekend? Guys, check out Ghost Magnet on TikTok. She's pretty cool. And you're not going to see that part because it's going to be dark. So let's put this in. I can install this part right now. Thank God it's going to be in the dark. Because it's going to sit right... Where's that green? Okay. So that's the room up from the Haunted Ballroom. So it's going to sit right up in there. Oh, that's cool. Very cool. So this is still going to sit up higher. So we don't know what this back wall is going to do. That's where the problem is. Good for you, Ghost Magnet. So here's what it looks like. We do have a hole where that part goes. I'm hoping that once the rest of it goes together, on the top, that we don't see that hole. That's what I'm hoping. If not, I'll have to go in the other room and butcher some pieces of something else I built. Okay, so we're breaking into the 4 bag. So we're going on the last bag. So here we go. Next hour, we should be done with this. Great project. Loved it. And don't forget, next Sunday, or next Saturday, we will be starting our Easter gingerbread house. So there's the finished Ghost Magnet. It's got the stretching room. It's got the ballroom, and you got the attic up there. So it's not too bad. It's kind of cool. Just trying to see if that's going to affect our view. It is not. That will be covered, so you won't even know that's not there. So that helps. Look at all these tiny little pieces, man. Hi, PJ. So next Sunday, or next Saturday, you guys got to help me out. I did buy extra frosting in multiple colors. If anybody around me has a baby, I have enough frosting to put a party on. Seriously. What do you do when you're not ghost hunting? Go over evidence. What do you do if you have no evidence to go over? Build Legos. So tempting to grab that one part. Sometimes you get lucky and you'll find the part that you're missing in one of these other bags because they'll put them, like they'll realize that there's something missing when they do the last count on it, and they'll throw it in there. So maybe we got lucky. We'll see. But we're not going to see that part anyway. I don't think it's going to support anything major either. So. All right, so here we go. We go build. But yeah, we'll start doing that gingerbread. I really want to do that black rose too coming up here, but that'll be after the gingerbread house. Then I'm thinking about a 4th of July gingerbread house. We'll see how that works. Okay, here we go. So here's where we're at now. We'll step right now. We are here now. Okay, we're at number 92 right now. That's where we're at, kids. Nobody watching on the other side and we lose contact with everybody. Everybody's tampering off on me. Okay, I need one of those. I need a flat light green. And that weird headlight looking thing. Okay. Bella! So everybody hang on. We're going to finish this bad boy off tonight. Kathy, you still out there? Kathy is the one that bought this for me for my birthday. Good to see you, Ghost Magnet. Don't be a stranger. And I need two of these things that look like some kind of weird headlight. So you guys have heard of the Marfa lights, right? I'll talk some ghosts here. You guys have heard of the Marfa lights, right? Yes, no? Enlighten me. There's that one. I need two of these. And along with that line, you guys have heard of phantom lights that show up like along railroad tracks and things like that? You guys have heard of those? Not the Phoenix lights. I'm talking about the people that can park the car and see you. Because I saw one. I saw one many years ago, several years ago, up in the gold country up here, with my own eyes. There was this 3-story house. The bottom part of the house was an apartment by itself, where there's some would live off and on. The client. That's what I'm looking for. And they've been telling people for years that they've had a lot of activity there. So they finally got a hold of us. We go up there. This is old Native American land. I'll get up there. And here's the thing. If you get on Native American land, you're doing an investigation. They are very possessive of their land, even in the afterlife. So you better be ready to show them a lot of respect. And one thing that I don't like is, I'm not going to say anything, because I have friends that are out investigating. But if you're going to go up and start messing around with cleansing, like a Native American site, don't do it unless you have Native American with you. Plus, the other thing to do is, here's the other part of it. It's all fine and dandy to take someone to cleanse it, but taking someone that's not from that particular tribe and going up there and trying to cleanse it, that's a bad thing to do. Sometimes those cleansing don't work. Okay? And so before we went up on this case, I made sure that we had somebody, I'm going to put this on, guys, from that particular tribe come up, the medicine man, because we knew what we were dealing with. But that house was interesting in that there's a lot of legends. I love it when you don't see what you're building. They just kind of jam it in there. Well, I see a whole lot of white, nothing going anywhere. Oh, I see. Ah, okay, I got it. Corner lattice. Have you guys ever heard of Tommy knockers? Anybody out there ever hear of Tommy knockers? Kids, anybody? You guys know what Tommy knockers are? Anybody ever heard that name? Tommy knockers are legends. They mainly come from the Dutch mines. And they're like little dwarves. Right. Stephen King wrote a book about it. Where I learned all this, and people can laugh all they want, was my father one day by accident, because he used to get those Time Life books. And by accident, he got a whole bunch of paranormal ones, a handful of paranormal ones. And he also got some on the gold rush and stuff. And so I learned all my gold rush history. But I also learned the paranormal stuff because it was in that one book, which I still have. It was only one book he got with supernatural stuff in it. And the Tommy knockers are like little dwarves, or you want to call them leprechaun, whatever you want to call them, okay? And they look like gnomes. They dress like they dress like little gnomes, and they got the beards going on and all this. And so this house was built. I don't know if it was over the mine. I can't remember. But this house was built near a mine. There's a mine on the property, which happens frequently up there. And he told me flat out that he had seen a little man in his kitchen. And the only part they could see was the hat because it's so short. You could see the hat bobbing up and down. He knew the little man was there, right? Anyhow, these Tommy knockers, what they do is before a mine collapses, the wood will make noises in the mine. Okay? So they will hear knocking sounds in the mines. And this is where they came up with this legend of the Tommy knockers. Part of that is that if you leave food, like if you're eating food or whatever, and you happen to set your food down, the Tommy knockers will steal your food and eat it. Okay? But anytime somebody heard them or saw one, this is like looking at history, right? Anytime somebody heard one or saw one, it always ended badly, where the mine would collapse or something horrible would happen in the mines. In that particular mine. Okay, back to my client. So we do the research. We find out his house is built, over near a mine. I can't remember which it was, but it was there. Okay. And so he's seen these little men in the house and on the property. Tommy knockers. And when he described them, I knew what it was right away. The way he described it. Long red beard, that kind of thing. And I remember telling him, I didn't laugh, but I just went, "Oh yeah, you have Tommy knocker." And he goes, "What?" And I said, "Yeah, you got Tommy knocker." And the best way to appease them, which is kind of cool, like I said, that they love food. So a good way to appease them is to leave food out for them. Okay? Which is what he did. They never had a problem. Anyway, as we're going through the basement and stuff, or the basement area, that's the living area, right? As we're going through that area, we're hearing voices. We're hearing whispering. As we're coming inside, it was dark. You could hear cabinets opening and closing and stuff like that. And we actually got a woman's voice on EVP. While they were setting up, I left a recorder running on the kitchen counter with my investigator there. And we picked up what we call a Class A EVP, where you can hear it clear as a bell. What sounded like not so much a woman, but a younger girl, a younger woman, whatever you want to say. And she goes, "Hello." She was hi. She says hi, and then she says hello. Really good stuff. And it's clear as a bell. The investigator that was in there setting up didn't hear it. Okay. So anyway, the guy's telling us stories about how some people lose control of their cars out there. When they first moved in, they found As usual, I hit myself. They found a bunch of cars that were like just sitting there. No bodies or anything, but just sitting there resting out. They found a bunch of cars. Yeah, he said he always got creepy feelings in the cars. You know, like he was being watched when he and his family would take walks out there. But mind you, this is his property, right? He owns the property. Lots of acreage. So anyway, as you go further out onto the property, say about like, I don't know, a couple 100 yards out, maybe longer. This was a big piece of property. You start hearing water. And as you get closer, thank God we did this during the day and not at night out there with flashlights. And as you get closer, you realize that the river is there, okay? I don't see these two parts I need. Uh-oh. Anyway, but the problem is, it was a canyon. It was a canyon. And I mean, it was a deep canyon. If a car went off there, it was hasta la vista, baby. If it was during the day, it'd be a great view. But as my dad would say, you could pretty well bend over, kiss your butt goodbye if you went over. So that's what he told us. He says, look, he says, here's something else I want to tell you guys, is about the Phantom Lights. And I said, what Phantom Lights? And he says, well, it doesn't happen all the time, but if you go out there at night by the river out there, hi Colleen, you will see this white light floating out there. A white orb. Not an orb, okay? He didn't say orb. He said a white light. He said it almost looks like it's on fire kind of light. Are we in Utah? We could be if we wanted to. We would come to Utah. You guys want us to come to Utah? We'll travel to Utah. And so we didn't give it, we thought, okay, fine, if it happens. Trying to figure out where to put this one. There's supposed to be two of these, yeah, okay. So we kind of, our attitude was, okay, because, like with ghosts, here's the other thing. Ghosts don't come out on command. It's not like TV. Ghosts are going to come out when they damn well please. And sometimes, if the ghosts know that we're coming, and they don't want to be heard or anything, they're not coming out. So after all the fantastical things that have been happening to families, you go out there, you're ready to pick up all this evidence, and nothing happens. Okay, nothing happens. Because this particular group of ghosts just doesn't want anything to do with ghost hunters. And that's a normal occurrence. But on this side, we were getting a lot of activity. Inside the house, outside the house. Photo of apparition outside the house. I caught a photo of an apparition out there. Anyway. So, I love it when parts for some reason are hard to find. We're walking. It's like midnight now. It's after midnight. We're on the property. It's starting to cool down. It cools down fast up there. And we start to walk towards the river. And then my friend, one of my investigators, stops me. And I said, well, what did you stop me for? And she says, look. I need one more of those. That's all I need is that. Okay. And I look up, and sure enough, it is floating out over the canyon. Okay, so you can't say, if we don't have this, this is a key part. This is a problem. So you can't say that this is the river causing it or anything like that. Well, granted, the temperature out over there is going to be cooler anyway because it's out over the water in the canyon. But sure enough, there was this white ball of fire, and it was floating over the canyon. You know, like literally in the middle of the canyon. I don't see this part. And so we got a bunch of photos of this thing. So it never figured out what it was. No St. Elmo's fire. Nothing like that, you know. But we actually witnessed this thing. And that's not the first time we saw something like that. It wasn't hurting anything. It was just there watching us, trying to see what we were doing. You know, messing around up there that late on the land. I don't see this part. So that may turn out to be a problem, but we'll deal with it. All right, let's go with what I have, and I don't know. It's not here. We'll see if maybe I'm not seeing it. Anyway, so that happens. If you get through one of these Lego setups, oh, it's right there. It's already on there. I've lost my mind. It's okay. Short trip. It's showing it on there. It's there already. Okay, so where's the single one? Okay, so this is good. It's already on there. Okay, I didn't realize they did it already. Brain fart. Ghost stories. That's why. Anyway, so I thought it was interesting because we never come in contact with anything like that. But we all saw it. About 10 of us were there, and we all saw this thing. You know, floating. Now we did a house, and this is in a city, kind of like the burbs of a city. In Rockland, where we were actually going, it turned out it wasn't a ghost hunt at all. It was fairy folk. You know, where we were doing a fairy investigation. But that being said, the client witnessed. Hi, sure, never seen you in a while. So I need one more of those. Okay. The client witnessed a ball of fire go down their hallway and into their kitchen. Now, here's the kicker part about the client. We're not talking about just, you know, Joe Schmo giving us a case on this. This guy was a firefighter for the CDC. CDC or whatever it is. This guy was a firefighter for like the mountains. That's what he did for a living. So this guy knew his stuff about fires. And the only thing I could figure out with that situation was that the house was only about maybe 20 feet from a power pole that had the conductor thing on there. So I was thinking along the line that maybe, you know, it was the power pole, just the right conditions to cause this thing to show up. So we were never able to figure out why it was showing up. But that's the theory we had, was the power pole had caused it. It was just the right conditions. But that was a fireball. But this other one, I mean, we're talking outside somebody's acreage way in the back, and this thing's flying out there. And it's hovering. Not only is it flying, it's literally hovering over a deep, deep canyon. But that was an interesting investigation, like I said, because, you know, not only did we have that going on, we had Tommy knockers, you know, and all that other stuff going on with it. So sometimes you run into some really cool investigations. You kind of, you know, you literally fall into them, if you want to put it that way. And sometimes you go out, like I said, you go out on these places, and you're expecting really cool things to happen, and absolutely nothing happens when you go out. And it's disappointing for the client because they want to see stuff. They think we're all operating like the guys on TV where they're going to get instant gratification on their cases. It doesn't work that way. And, we've done cases where we sat there all night and nothing happened. Get back, no EVPs, no nothing. You sat there for 5 hours and nothing. That happens more. That's the stuff you don't hear about on TV, because that happens more often than not on these cases. All right, we're going to make more windows now. But again, that happens more often than not, where you get out there and you spend hours and hours and hours, on these investigations. Okay, I need 4 pieces of glass. I need 4 of those. Okay, let's get this going. Have I been touched? Yes, I have. Thank you, AI. I would love to go to Utah. I would love to travel. In fact, one of the main plans that I had was to travel the country with Nancy Mass, but we never got around to doing it. But I would love to. I've never been to Gettysburg or any of those places, and that's on my to-do list. But I have more than enough stories from just ghost hunting around this area, in the Bay Area and the Gold Country, to fill like 5 books. There's so much out there. And the other thing we have a lot of ghost activity occurs in the summer. Why? Because the snow melts off. Why is that? Because limestone acts as a conductor. Hi, Cruzito. Limestone acts as a conductor for EMF waves. And a lot of these areas up in the Gold Country up there, a lot of these areas have caves. There's a lot of caves up there. And so you're going to get limestone deposits in these caves. Now, when the snow melts, hey, Miss Robin, when the snow melts, all that water is rushing against that limestone, and that is what's causing the higher EMF levels. Is that water that's rushing? Hi, Miss Robin, that's rushing against the limestone. So the numbers for ghost hunts tend to go up in the spring and summer during the melt off. Excuse me. I love it. I could go all day and be up in a lot of these places ghost hunting. Every town, you go into every town, every building in every town has some type of ghost going on when you visit. Just have to ask the owners. Pardon me. And once we get up and running again, we're going to be going. You're going to see us at a lot of these places. Just like what a lot of people don't realize, those. Make sure I have everything I need. And I need 4 of those flat ones. Okay. Hi, Miss Robin. How was your weekend? I have 7 filing cabinets full of cases. 7. People say, you talk to certain people and they'll say, well, every case is different. I keep files. Every case isn't different. And sometimes if you remember cases, I tend to remember what goes on in cases. And you can think there's comparisons. So you go back through. That's why if you get a really good ghost team coming out to your house, that's one thing, you want them to take notes. You want them to have those meticulous notes. Because then if there's a similar case out there that maybe they worked on, or maybe they work with another team on, you never know. If there's a particular case out there, you get back in those files, you can compare the notes you have for this case, right? You can do a compare contrast on the notes. On those cases. All right, let's put these windows together. We got more windows in this house. But I mean, yeah, to compare notes and everything on cases. Because there's so many cases that you'd be surprised how many technically are alike. Oh yeah, we encountered something like that at this house, blah, blah, blah. Or at this hotel. Or something like that, when you're talking about them. Kathy, are you still out there? I wonder who's still out there and who's not. I lost all my audience over here. Good to see you, Miss Robin. Hello. Guys, I'm trying to collect 6 puppy kisses. If you can help me with that, I'll sing you. I can't sing you a puppy song tonight, unfortunately. I'll get in trouble on the other networks. So I can't do that. But I'll thank you. Good to see you guys there. Good to see you. Good to see you, Lisette. But what am I doing? Did I grab the wrong things? I wouldn't doubt it because I lost my mind. Yeah, I did. I gotta grab the other kind. We don't want any tops on these, do we? No. I got the wrong ones. Fiddly dee. Oh no, I didn't. I'm okay, really. Must be getting late for me tonight. There we go. We want this is the one we want, right? We want the one to. Yeah, okay. This is the one that threw me. Now we got it. Like I have people on staff that will even do automatic writing. You guys have seen that on TV, huh? Automatic writing. I've got psychics on staff that can do that. I've got psychics on staff that will go blindfolded into buildings and walk around and then turn in, the readings they have. But like I said, my team has done more than 300 investigations. And that's combining residential and hotels or businesses that ask us to come out. We were so busy at one point that on the weekends, we were doing an investigation on a Friday night, and we'd be right back out on Saturday night. That's how busy we got at one time. And then what I saw happening was when our shaman came on board, because we do have a shaman on staff, I've noticed because we were doing work on negativity, on different negative entities, people with problems. But the minute the shaman came on board and started working them, it made for a problem because the universe the only cases that the universe would send us were the ones that involved demons and darkness. And it got kind of weird. It's kind of, people got weirded out with it. Hi, Patty. How you doing? But the minute she didn't come in anymore, then we didn't get those cases anymore. But for the longest time, that's all we ever did. Real dark cases. Very taxing. I mean, everybody needs help, true. And like we were talking about the other night at the Catholic Church, usually before they go out to somebody's house, they send the ghost hunting team in. Because the Catholic Church actually has ghost hunting teams they work with. They don't tell you that, but they do. And there are certain teams that they work with. And because it takes a lot of time, costs a lot of money, finally, to send a priest out there. You know, depending where it is, you got lodging and all that going on. So it's easier if the local ghost hunt team that started working with the family. I just get lost. I think I did. What did I just do wrong? Hang on. It's okay. I've lost my mind, you guys. Doesn't take much for me. All right. I don't have something. Something's not right. Hang on. Oh, it's this one. I got lost. Hang on. There we go. So it's a lot cheaper in the long run for the local ghost hunting team to go out and do the case, which I'm fine with. But we're like the first defense, first line of defense for a lot of cases. Because we'll keep, you get a team like mine, and my questionnaire going into a building is 155 questions. And that's just talking with the clients. Now, while I'm interviewing the clients, then there's another two things. There's what we call the prelim form that my team is filling out, my team members. They walk around the house and they're looking at different things in the rooms because you're trying to find natural. The first thing you want to do as a ghost team is you don't go in saying, okay, this is a ghost, let's only look for the ghost. You don't do that. You go in looking for natural phenomena that could be causing it or man-made phenomena. So that's what they're doing. They're walking through, they're taking the EMF measurements while I'm interviewing the family. And getting all those because we're trying to find natural stuff to explain the stuff away. Now, when we get to the point that we can't explain it away, then that's when we start looking at the paranormal side, right? But yeah, so there's so much that goes into this. So a preliminary, depending on how big the house is, how many witnesses we have, how many witnesses we're dealing with, that could go anywhere from an hour to 3 or 4 hours. Just the initial investigation going in. Figure out where this is going because again, we're at a point where this doesn't make sense to me. Okay, so I'm looking at this wall. I'm looking at putting you here, right? You go right here. You're going to go. You're not going up on here, are you? Or are you? No. Or are you? Wait a minute. Looks like you're level with this. So that's going to put you right there. Okay. Okay, this guy's going to go this way. But anyway, there's a lot that goes into it. A lot more than people think. A lot more. And so we have a lot of paperwork that we fill out. Okay, I see. A lot more paperwork than you think. So when I go back with the final report for the client, okay, when I go walking back in there to give them our final report, I have a 40-page report for them. And that 40-page report includes all the client statements. It includes what happened during the investigation, each one of my investigators. It includes, any evidence or any of that we got, anything that we can explain away. All that's included in that report. So here's where we're at now. As we muscle our way through here, see it? See, we're getting there. So we've got everything in that report for the client. Photos, all that stuff. Okay, we need how many of those? 4. So we got 4 of these gray walls to put up. So it's very thorough. If you get a team that comes out and isn't thorough, don't let them in your house. You want them to be as thorough as possible. You want them to look at even though you might be believing what's in your house, you want that team to come out and look at everything, all the possibilities of what could be causing this and whatnot. And we will bend over backwards. Okay. And make sure that we do that. Because if you don't get a team that does that, it's a disservice to you. There we go. There's the walls. Hi, Martha. Hi, Nat. Hi, Ubug James. Okay, 116. We're getting down, kids. We're getting down on this. Country boys and girls getting down on the farm. 6. Flat 1 and 1 flat 3, okay? But there's, like I said, there's alarms. You don't see a team taking meticulous notes, even your pre-interview for the investigation. That's an alarm right there to not have that team come into your house. Because you want a team that's going to listen. You want a team that's going to really, really look into your claims. Okay. But that's what you want. There's so many teams out there, who after watching the TV shows, which to be honest, I don't have an issue with the TV shows, really. I do and I don't. But again, there's so many teams out there that are kids. We'll say kids. I remember one time I was following up on an investigation that another team did. And the guy said that all they did was quoted what they saw on TV. And when they got out there on scene, they couldn't even operate their video cameras or anything. They had no idea how to do that. Okay, so here we're at 99 right now. So it looks like that, okay? That's where it's going to be. But they didn't have any idea how to operate any of their equipment. Imagine that. You're going out to somebody's house. Maybe they've got kids involved. Maybe whatever this is harassing their children. Right? 6 of those. And you go out there, you have no clue how to use your any of your equipment. Nothing. Imagine how embarrassed. And they didn't have, like the guy says, they weren't embarrassed at all. Not the least bit. To come out and say that they were ghost hunters and, oh, we're sorry. We don't know how to operate our equipment. Takes a whole lot of cojones there, Hi, St. Peter Memorial Services. And guys, I'm not saying every team that's out there is like that. They're not. There's really good teams out there. I've worked with with a lot of good people doing this. But that being said, there are also teams that you wish weren't out there. They go in believing the house. They go in believing it's haunted. They don't debunk. They don't do anything. That's not what you want. Who has a ghost in their house out there? Anybody have a ghost in your house? Anyone out there? You? 60? Tell me about your ghost. Whoa, almost dropped it. Is the ghost decent or is it aggressive? Ooh, I put this in the wrong spot. Oh, I hate that. Why do this? These little pieces. This is bad. What I just did was very bad. I got it. Okay. I fixed it. So what about your ghost, 60? Tell me about your ghost. Now it's correct. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so here's what we have now. Here's where we're at now. See the sides now on it? See the roof there? See that? We got the sides done. Oh, it's very negative. So there's the dining room. There's part of the attic. I don't know if that's the attic. I don't know what room that's supposed to be. Won't let you sleep either. Have you had any teams out to take a look at that? Great. Has anybody been out to look? And see what you have? Oh. Ooh, that's cool. Nobody's been out. Oh. What state are you in? Hey, Muffin. Canada. Oh, you're in Canada. Okay. I'll see if I can get you some help remotely. I won't do it remotely, but I'll see if I can. I'm feeling a lot better tonight. 100% better. But I'll see if I can get you some help. Again, I won't do it remotely, but I can get somebody else to do it. I need 4 of those and 2 of those. Okay. How you doing, Muffin? You're good? Oh, okay. Oh, I know where you're at. Okay. Well, let me see. I'll try and reach some people that I know. See if they'd be willing to do a consult on the phone for you. Okay. Hey, Native Granny. Hello, we're talking ghosts tonight. Ghost stories. Ghost stories. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Hi, Renee. Hello. Hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. A lot of weird tales out there. A lot of weird ghost stories. Okay, I see what's going on. Okay, now we're back to building some window walls on this. So here we are right here. We're coming through this pretty fast now. We're getting through this pretty darn fast. See, as we go up across the roof here, see all this is coming in. One, two, three. There's a bit left, but we'll finish it tonight. Hi, Hilma Vasquez. Gotta do this 2 times. I'm gonna make it twice. Okay, I'm gonna set you over here for now so I can a little bit more space up here. There we go. The intricacies of Legos. Are those green or are those, what are they? Oh, I see my lights working well again. Stop that. Okay. The 8 green, 4 clears. Okay. It goes first. Hi, Dewan. Hello, everybody. 8 dark green. also need 4 of these. Make sure I grab those. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Relaxing. Good to see you all. Happy Sunday. We're gonna be I bought some eggs. We're gonna be coloring Easter eggs too coming up here. One more. The last one is going to be a bear to find. Probably the last one in the whole box. Where are you? It wouldn't be that easy. Okay, what else do I need? Drop it off. Okay, so I need 4 white double flat ones, 6 of those. Okay. Lots of parts on this one. Six of those, 2 of those. Okay. Need 2 of these. So who's got to work in the morning? I gotta mow my lawn tomorrow if I can. Hopefully, I'll find the stuff I need to do it. My cords. Can't find my lawnmower cords right now. I need my cords for my lawnmower. Thank you. Okay, 6 of those. Thank you, AI. At least I can move. My neck still hurts, but not like it did. It was bad. A lot of little parts to this. Well, we're getting down to the end, everybody. Two more, huh? Well, no, that's not one. The last 2 are going to be a bear to find. You watch. We're getting down on these things. Right, there's 4. There we go. We're back. I don't know what his trip is. Oh, anybody watching right now anyway, so. You hear static right now? You're going to have to go back in and come out. If you're hearing static. Or if it's that weird kind of dot, 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 static. The one that sounds like Morse code. Does it sound like Morse code? Hi, Frankie. Does it sound like Morse code? I swear one of the neighbors has a shortwave. Yeah. Can you hear okay, Frankie? I swear the neighbor has a shortwave radio or something. Good to see everybody tonight. 40,000, keep tapping. We're going to finish this bad boy up tonight. Kind of sad. Always saddens me when I finish a Lego. It's kind of like bittersweet. Either they're having problems over there or I don't know what's going on. Is my mic back on? I don't even know if the mic's on over there. Either way, they're not there. These little pieces are killing me. Almost 11 p.m. Pacific my time. Super late for you guys. Super late for y'all. Super late for my good friends out there. Oh, you're about to say you're the same time we are. I love British Columbia. Love it. You used to take the ferry over there. Oh, I understand that. That was me last night. That was me last night with the pinched nerve, man. At least tonight it's not so bad. But last night I couldn't move my head any direction. Yeah, I used to take the ferry from Port Angeles over to BC. Always Victoria, right? Take the ferry across to Victoria. Okay, so we're going to do. Okay, one of those, one of those. Lots of little parts. Ugh. The stuff I don't get. Oh, I see. That's going to go here. That's why I don't get it. I miss it. I haven't been up that way in a long time. but I have been up that way. Hey, JJ, what's going on? JJ in the house. How goes it, JJ? How you doing? How you doing? Now, how goes it, JJ? What's going on? Enlighten me. We build a Lego Haunted Mansion, JJ. Look at that. It's all about a build. Kathy got me a Lego Haunted Mansion for my birthday. Coming along nicely. How's DoorDashing going? How's Mr. Cahill? Okay, let's put these walls on. Ooh, cramps. Ooh, cramp in my leg. Thank you. Next week we'll be doing a Easter gingerbread house. All right, let's see if all this makes sense part-wise. So I'm looking at this thing from this position here. See if any of this makes sense. I don't want to have a flurry of foul language. So where are we at with this? I see that. So the corners go on. Here's the corners, you guys. This is supposed to be the corners of the house. Question is, are they just going to fit nicely, or am I going to, be in a bad mood? You guys will get to see my charming disposition. By God, it went in. First try and everything. Well, hot diggity damn. Always good when they go in the first time, right? There we go. See? These little windows are really cool. So here's where we're at, you guys. We're right here. As we're moving through. A lot of small parts. A lot of rooms I can't explain on here. For our Haunted Mansion. Okay, I need 3 6s and 1 of those. So we can start capping. I think we're going to start slapping the roof on here very soon here. I have a feeling. I've got a thing about you, baby. Ain't nothing I can do. I got a thing about you, baby. Think about loving you. I'm glad I did this today because I was starting not to feel well earlier, and I thought, well, maybe I don't want to do this. But I'm glad I did it. Because I like spending time with y'all. Otherwise, the dog and I would be talking about life in general. I'm not seeing the part we need. That's not good. I need one of those, eh? Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. We don't have a lot of parts left in there. Hang on, here comes the puzzle. And since we learned that lesson with that particular gingerbread house, usually they're doing Who? The cat or your husband? Are we talking about Mr. Keel? Or are we talking about the cat? That's not good. Hi, Lizzie. Or are you having those episodes? Oh, you are. I'm so sorry. Oh, speaking of stress. Oh, man, did that just fly off? No, that's where we were missing parts. That's what happened there. That's where we were missing that part, you guys. On that end, I forgot there's nothing connected there. There it goes. I'm sorry, JJ. But I know what it's like. I don't get the vomit one, I get the other kind, you know what I mean? Hey, Bella's grandma. I don't get the vomit version of it, but I get that. I know you guys don't want to hear that. But I don't get that version of it, but I do get the, a version of that frequently. All the more frequent. There we go. I'm glad. And I want to say this is not a reflection on you. I'm so sorry you get those episodes. But I'm glad that it isn't those episodes for me. It's the other episodes. Life should not be this stressful. Not any of us to cause that, but it is. Unfortunately, it is. Hi, Sherry. Thank you. We're just building some Legos here. Sunday night craft night. As a psychic, and this is what people don't realize about those of us that do this work, is that okay, I'm seeing parts I don't have here. Wait a minute, something's going on. I'm seeing parts on here that I don't have. Hang on, I gotta go back a step. Something's not right. Something's not jiving here. I'm seeing parts I don't have. Oh, maybe I'm looking for the wrong side. Hang on. Am I looking at this from the wrong side? If I'm looking at this from the front, where is the bloody front? There it is. Okay. I'm seeing parts I don't have. I don't understand. Okay, I'm not seeing these parts. I'm seeing two gray pieces on either side. Should there have been another gray in there? I have to go back now. Don't you hate when that happens? Because there's a part there. I'm definitely seeing, oh, there's a wall there. Is there another wall? Yes, it is. Never mind, I found it. That's a big uh-oh, isn't it? All right, we're good now. Took me a second. Good thing it was a simple one. Could have been ugly. There we go. But I'm also seeing something white in here. Or something white that's supposed to be there. So let's figure out what the hell that is. See, I'm seeing parts that aren't here. Something white. Let's go back. See, there's those two going in. Then what the hell am I seeing this white? See, again, here's white. What the heck am I seeing? What the darn tootin' am I seeing? Okay, there's what it looks like without that there. There's these two. It's showing me white. Does not compute. It's not here. So we're just going to go with it. Because the part's not there, I don't know where it's at. So we're just going to have to go for it. Me too. I've been sleeping a lot. My enthusiasm has been waning. Well, I don't see this part, so we're just going to... Here's where I left off. It's showing me a white part. Oh, no, it's not. You know what? That's not a white part. That's looking down on the floor. It's just the way it looks. Okay, let me remember where we're at here. 99. Yeah, I've been having those issues too. There's where I put the gray on. The last two parts here. We did that. This is where I'm at. Okay. I haven't had enthusiasm to do anything lately. Haven't wanted to do a damn thing. Don't know why, but it's just been like that. Like even having dinner tonight. You know, when I was having dinner and thinking about doing this tonight, I was debating whether or not I was going to do this tonight. That's where my mindset's been. So I get it. Mercury is in retrograde right now, so that might have something to do with it. Okay. All right. Now it makes sense. My whole mess with DMV and all that gets me down. I got to start dealing with that. I got to get paperwork sent off to the governor's office and stuff for that. That gets me really down. I don't like to sit idly because then I start thinking about everything. So I try to do things like Legos and, you know. Hi, Sarah. So I keep trying to do things to keep my mind off everything. I bought some cool Easter egg walkway lights for my front yard, but I can't find it right now. Can't find my lawnmower cords. So I'm having trouble finding those. And then I had to have it pinched over my shoulder, you know, on top of everything else. So they're gonna shoot me. How's Chris's health? You okay? It hurt last night. Was the worst. At least now I can bend my neck. Last night when I sat down here to do the show, I was within 2 minutes of doing the show and I bailed because I couldn't reach down. I couldn't look anywhere. I couldn't do anything. So I stayed pretty much in bed all day to let it recover. It was that bad this time. So it's still bothering me a little bit, but not like it was. How are you? I'm sorry. It'll get better. Things will get better. All couples have issues. It'll get better. So here we put the roof on, the final roof on here. So here we are at the final part of the roof. Now we got to build the top veranda. So the parts we ended up missing didn't matter because they're hidden. Nobody knows they're not there unless you get a really close look in here. So there it is right now for what it has. As we continue to get ready to finish it. The front door of it. Kind of cool, huh? Kind of fun. Oh, we're going to put the columns in now. Oh, I'm so sorry. So I need 4 of those. Yeah, we're almost there. We are almost to the end. Because all that's left really is to put the columns in. We've only got like, officially, hang on. Let me look. Okay, 1, 2, 4, 5. 9 more pages of instructions. And we'll be done. So here we go. Here we go. And then probably sometime during the week, if I'm feeling up to it, we'll start work on that other gingerbread house. 16. I thought these were candles, and it dawned on me what they were for. Now, JJ, you can always come visit us, you know. Come see us here online. Except last night I was off because of my back. It hurt so bad I couldn't even find a comfortable position for my neck last night when I was trying to sleep. And then I finally did fall asleep. And then the cat decided to wake up and scream. So he woke me up last night. I couldn't get back to sleep. We're always doing stuff here. 4 times 4 is 16. Math. Ew. She's got a bedtime reminder on my other phone. Hey, dummy, go to bed. Why? What's the percentage of that? This was really a nice little project. So far, only 1 piece missing in the whole thing, which is good for Lego. I'll be sad to see it go. Okay. So we're building this. Each one's going to have 4 tiers. So we're building the front columns. Thank you for the follow. The focus on the roof, yeah. Yeah, he's cracking me up. And this weather is ridiculous because it's too hot for this time of year. I do, but not tonight, sweetheart. I'll be back tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Pacific. Tonight is our arts and crafts night. Oh, yeah. You know, what people don't realize with psychics is we get burnt out. And if you don't see a psychic online, it's usually because they took a night off. Or like me last night, I wasn't feeling good. Because we need to have like 1 or 2 nights a week where we don't do any psychic work. And this is the first time really that I've taken 2 days in a row, you know. That's why I enjoy doing this, because it takes me away from it for a night. Gives my brain a rest. Okay, so let's get these things mounted in. Here we go. We're putting up the columns in the front. This was a very cool thing to build. Very cool. Very cool build for a mini. You know what got me with this, JJ, is that this has as many pieces as the big Star Wars Death Star. I built the Death Star, the Millennium Falcon, and this has just as many pieces, except it's a mini version of the building. See, so now we're gonna finish out. See how we got this going, you guys? So we got the columns up in front now. Okay. Because we're going to build a little tower area on top of this thing too. We're going to put together. Not much left. Oh, planter boxes. Then you got the main clock tower in the middle, and that's it. Okay, so here we go as we start the finishing rounds on this thing. I need 2 of those. Wanna be misunderstood? Yeah, absolutely. Gotta be careful because I can't do music or anything when I'm doing these projects because the other 2 apps don't have the same, copyrights that TikTok does. So when I was doing Christmas, I lit up Book of Face like a Christmas tree with all that stuff. Oh, I see. So we want 4 of the white ones. Okay. Hey, Hippie Chicky, what's up? Hippie Chick in the house. Are these the ones with a hole in them? No, it's not. Okay. These are the original ones. How you doing tonight, Hippie Chick? It's a hot one in the old town tonight. At least I can bend over tonight. Jesus. Last night, I couldn't even put my head like this. I could not put my head down like this last night. And again, I want to apologize to everybody because I waited till the last minute to tell you last night that I wasn't coming on. And that was because I was waiting to see if I would be able to come on. And then when I couldn't put my head down, turning my head still hurts, but not like it did. I couldn't turn my head really in either direction. It's better than it was last night. So there's been some improvement. But it was bad. Last night, I couldn't even sleep right. No matter what I did, I couldn't get in a position to sleep at all. And then when I finally did sleep, you know how my cat's vocal? Hi, Jules. You know how my cat's as vocal as he is? When I finally did sleep, he woke me up screaming. So that ended my sleeping last night. Didn't get any sleep done until like 10 o'clock this morning. Okay, let's see if I can do this without getting frustrated. Usually, anytime I've done stuff like this, it's frustrating. Oh, mounted. You never know. That looks really cool. I'll show you guys. That looks very cool now. There's where we're at, hippie chick. See that? Look at how far we come. Look at that, you guys. See? Now we're working on that topmost tower of the old house. You decide to investigate, and you never return. You guys remember that record they had years ago? Chilling Thrilling Sounds of the Haunted Mansion. And they would tell a story. High on a hilltop near your home, there stands a dilapidated old mansion. It's said to be haunted, but you don't believe in such things, right? Then it goes on to say, one dark and stormy night, a light appears at the topmost tower of the old house. You decide to investigate, and you never return. And then you hear a scream. Disney. Okay, four of those. See, we're getting down to we're almost not having to, the parts are like in few and far between now. So if you guys hang out, I'm telling you, it won't be more than 30 minutes now. And then we're done with this project. Then you guys can start planning out and thinking about this. Think about the Halloween, the Easter house. How you guys want to decorate it? I need 4 grays and 4 of these. Jennifer, you're always welcome here, no matter what. So, do you like living in that part of Washington, Jennifer? You're welcome. So, how do you like living in Washington, Washington State? You do? Well, that's cool. That's very cool. I have a sister and nieces that live up in Washington State. My sister lives in Carnation. Then I have a niece that lives on Whale Island. What's it called? Tri-Cities. My niece lives on Orca Island. Forget what the hell it's called out there. I'm liking the AI. Now I'm starting. It was irritating me for a while. Now I'm starting to like the AI. The little messages on there. That's very cool. Okay, let's put a 4 here. Okay, I'm figuring this one comes out the same as the other one. Yes, it does. Okay, let's do that. Oh, I put it in backwards. Sacrez-vous. Look good that way too, man. Whoops. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare. Please, God, help me do this without ruining it. Do all the work. Oh, there we go. Makes sense, though. Big dummy. Doesn't make sense that it goes that way, but it does. Who am I? Big dummy. Sometimes I wonder about myself with these little projects. Oh, come on. Pop down. Of course, it doesn't want to go in that way. That's because it's not a natural fit. I don't want to go in. It's not a natural fit, right? I had it on the way if it naturally fit. But this won't go in because it's not a natural fit. And if this pops off and hits the ground, and it did, I'm going to be very angry. Well, okay, so you know what? We're just going to do this. You're going to have an attitude, fine. I don't know why you have such an attitude. It's like bass backwards from what it should be. Again, it's not a natural fit when it's in there. But okay. Anything to be difficult. Yeah, so my sister's in Carnation. My other niece is in Kirkland. And my other niece is on Orca Island. Hi, Divine. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing on this side to get this in because it's going to present the same issue. $11:19. I'm keeping about 30 more minutes. We're going to be done, you guys. That's what I think. I could be wrong because I usually am. Because it's just a bunch of railings and stuff we got to put up to wrap this up. Just think, somewhere out there, Walt Disney's laughing at me. Cha-ching. Hi, Trevor. Hello, Divine. How goes it? Okay, so here's what I just added for the front and the side. See, we gave it an even overhang. See how we fixed it? We put the eave on it. Now we continue. Whew. Wonder how humid it is tonight. It feels like really humid in here tonight. Hey, IU, what's happening? Nobody likes me. Everybody hates me. Think I'll just eat worms. Good luck with that. My friend wanted to bring her snake over to visit me today. I told her if she brought it over that first the snake would be thrown out, and then she would be thrown out. Because I don't do snakes of any kind. Good to see you, you. I'll be back for readings tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. Pacific. Assuming my back doesn't, because I've been up doing this for hours. Something fell. We lost something. Something fell off. But from where? Oh my God, we had a part fall off. I don't know where it came off of. Well, you know what they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're just going to go with it. Yeah, we had a part fall off. And this doesn't want to go in there. Well, here's how I see it. If it doesn't affect the overall build, and I have no idea where it went before, it's staying off. I don't even know what the hell that part is. See what came off? It came dribbling out. Look. No idea where that came from. No readings tonight. No readings for us tonight. My night off. So what are we doing now? So we're adding more of these. So I need 4 of those thingies and 4 of those things. 4 of those doohickeys and 4 of those doohickeys. JJ, you still up? Obviously, if it popped up, we didn't need it. Hi, Wishy. How goes it? All right. That's right. Sunday evenings are for crafts and stuff. We get artsy on Sundays. So my brain doesn't turn to complete mush. Mush, mush. Okay, so that's going to go on hell. Okay, those are going to meet its peak. I can do that. When I get done with this part, I'll show you guys. I know you're just dying to see. Oh, no. You didn't just fall on the floor, did you? And it did. Son of a. Well, we may have to do that one. The worst part of this is, well, we'll just have to go with it without it then. Because what makes this worse? Yeah. Oh well, for sure so well. That was me dropping it by accident. What makes it worse is that this is a photography studio. Everything's done in grays. All the colors in here are done in grays. And the parts that I'm working with right now are dark gray. So now that one fell to wherever it fell, it's gone. There's no way to find it on the carpeting. So we'll just have to go without it. There may be extras. We don't know. Because these things have a tendency sometimes to do extras. You know, to put extra parts on these things. Well, that's interesting too. Huh. I'm seeing a hole in that. Huh. Oh, there is a hole in there. Okay. So I'm not losing my mind. There is a separation. Okay. But anyway, for this gray part to fall onto a gray surface, you know, down on the floor, it ain't happening. Hi, Miss Lynn. How goes it? We'll be done in about 30 minutes, Sarah. Coming up close to getting done. Wrapping this bad boy up. Forever and forever and forever. So there is a ridge there. Okay, so we were able to put the ridges. See the lattice work over the doors? Over the top there? So we got two sides of the lattice work we just did. All right, moving on to the next step. All right, so we're going to start putting the soffit, like where the tower is supposed to go. That looks very cool. The stuff that surrounds the tower. We're almost there. We're just about there. Yeah. Guess what? 5 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 pages and we're done. So sit tight, everybody. It's coming. We're coming up on it. 22. Okay. So here we go. We're coming out of the end. Good to see everybody tonight. All right, 22 of these. We're getting closer. Everybody left me over there. All you guys on TikTok are sticking with me. 10 more over here. All right, 22. Okay, 22. The good news is, I gotta look at the top of this because we may have just enough to do that. To finish off that area, there's only one of these left. So unless it's folding up on something else, we can make up for that one fell off. All right, so let me get these 22 on here. Okay, they're just gonna go straight up. So here we go. I'm gonna go to the top of this. Like so. Are we there yet? Okay, here we go. Getting excited. It's bittersweet. When you get done building with a Lego like this, it's very bittersweet. Really extremely bittersweet. Hi, Abby. Welcome. Good to see you. Welcome, everybody. See how many people we have come through just out of curiosity. Wow, that's not bad. Not bad at all, you guys. Just for being here since what? 7:15? 1,500 people have come through. 1,500 visitors. Not bad. And we got new followers out of it. 3 new followers. Not bad. For just doing this. Not bad at all. Abby Curry. Okay, we'll start doing some of that now. So I'll show you what I'm doing. Oh, y'all. Been on 4 hours, 18 minutes. So here's what the front level looks like now with the roof on there. See, because we're starting to lattice work on the roof. We're doing all the lattice work now. Okay, so now 14 more to fill in the rest. So when there's no lattice work, it's going to get filled in now with 14 more. Nice. And here's number 14. God, there's hardly any parts there. This was really a cool one for the money, man. The people that design these things are geniuses. You know, whoever comes up with these things. Well, like I was talking about Star Wars earlier tonight. You know, those guys that here they got a big box of Legos and Lucas said, well, design some spacecraft for the movie, and that's what they did, right? They're geniuses. Whew, excuse me. Hotter than heck in here. Okay, so that's done. What's next? What's next on this? Now we got the whole thing filled. Awesome. Dang if it don't actually look like the Haunted Mansion at Disney. Okay, so I need 4 of those little dotty things. Okay. Now it's just going to be a little man. It's not going to be a lot of pieces of things going on. And there is an extra. The part that flew off that I couldn't find, there is an extra. Yeah, good. Thank you. Guess what? All right. I agree with it. With AI, guess what do you think is going to be the final piece that goes on this guy? What do you think we're going to be ending with? Thank you, AI. How's Cheddar? JJ? How's Cheddar? I need 4 of those and 4 of those. Okay. A pain? How come? Is he real vocal? My guy is so vocal. Very vocal, yeah. He doesn't scream, does he? Mine screams. Mine screams at the top of his lungs. Some cats are more vocal than others. But I know mine's yelling because of that. There's a male cat that hangs out right in front of my door. Oh, yours doesn't scream. Mine scream. I'll have to record it one day for you. As the dog and I are trying to sleep. Oh, okay. I'll have to record one night for you. Like 2, 3 in the morning. As the dog and I are trying to sleep. And he decides to entertain us with the song of his people. Tell you, the dog and I sleep all day because we can't sleep at night. Darn cat. Love the cat to pieces. Yeah. The dog rolls her eyes. Cat starts in. Dog wakes up, rolls her eyes, and sighs. She knows we're not going to sleep. All right, we're going to build the tower now. Here we go with the tower, everybody. And that's it. We have 3 pages left. 3 down, last 3 pages of instructions. Here we go. You guys have waited this long. Let's do it. This is it. Last 3 pages. Sad. Sad, sad, sad. I wish my dog liked being on camera because the look on her face is classic when the cat starts in. And like I said, she lets out a big sigh. Because she knows it's just beginning for the night, you know? Baby love, my baby love. Okay, so I need a green. Oh, I wonder what that indented one was for. A green, 2 greens, and 2 indents. Okay. Wow, how sad. I really enjoyed the build on this. There wasn't anything overly difficult with it, which was what made it nice. It was a nice build. Some of these you get them and it's just a difficult build. It's like the Later Wake of Lego trying to figure out how to make your skin crawl, trying to put the parts together. Give me my side. I also have a Puzz 3D of R2D2 that lights up and stuff. I haven't put it together yet. Okay. Friend of mine got it for me. So you were starting on the top tower, the clock tower. And they shorted us apart. Okay, well, we'll just have to use the other part then. They shorted us apart. Oh, that's fine. Yep, and we got shorted. Nothing I can do about it. Nothing I can do about it at all, so we're just going to have to go with it. Bummer. One side won't be like the other. One of these things is not like the other. Nothing I can do about it. All right, let's put this on here. Nothing I can do about it, kids, so just have to go with it. Okay, next. You need to build the spindle thingy. Yeah, wouldn't you know it? Down to that very last piece, and they don't have it. Huh. Story of my life. There we were, flying along. This guy's going to go on top of here. This guy's going to go on top of here. And this is going to go on top of here. Look at that at the very top. What they didn't have was, you see how that has there's like a wedge in those. The one didn't have a wedge. Okay. That's it. Last part. Here we go. I told you guys we'd be done soon. In Camelot, do Camelot. That's how conditions are. This is it. Yep, this is it. Save me, darling. Let me put this in. Then I'll replace the part that fell off up on top there, and we are done. It is over. Been fun building with y'all. Where's it gonna sit? Does it sit further back in? It sits in between these two, right? Yeah. Houston, it won't go down. Why? All right, I can't get this to sit down, so hang on. Let me see what I can do down here. A little bit more leverage, perhaps. Hang on. Watch me knock the whole thing off. There it goes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me put that part on that fell off. And we have completed the Haunted Mansion. Let me replace the part that went flying. There you are, you little bugger. Oh, maybe it isn't one. I thought it was one. Oh, there it is. Let me get that part that went flying. And we're good. We're done. It's complete. So next week, we will be doing our gingerbread house. Easter gingerbread house. Let me get the ghost host too over at it. And we got this. There we go. Thank you, Walter Elias Disney. Let me double check the picture so I make sure I get it right. Yep. Okay, everybody. It is done. Now we can all go back to our happy lives. So, here we go. You guys ready? Here's the reveal. Let me add the ghost host. Hang on. We got a ghost host. Let me get our ghost host. There we go. We got him. All right, everybody. Here we go with the ghost host. Ready? As I lift the pieces off. Okay. Welcome, foolish mortals. There you go. Pretty cool, huh? Welcome, foolish mortals. There you go. That's going to do it for tonight. It's been real. It's been fun. And this part that fell off didn't matter really because it was inside. Just like the part we were missing, that didn't matter either because we were inside. Because the part was inside. So there you go. So next week, it will be the Easter gingerbread house, this project. And I'm going to get photos of this tomorrow or the next day, along with Cousin Eddie's trailer and the vacation house that we built, so I can get those. I'll line it up because I promised to do it. I got sick this week, so we'll get all that taken care of as well. But there you have it, and I love this project. And I even put in my Amazon wish list. I put the castle in there because they have Snow White, not Snow White, but Sleeping Beauty's castle in there as a mini, which is kind of cool. But there you have it. It's all done. Hello, Mr. Ghost Host. So there you have it. All right, guys, that's going to do it for me. Let me shut off over here and stream. That stream